Good evening, members of the gallery, councillors and staff. Welcome to our first OCM of 2025. And I declare the meeting open now at 7 p.m, being Monday, the 10th of February 2025. I'll advise all members of the public this evening that this meeting will be audio recorded. It will also be live streamed. If you're asking a public question or making a statement or deputation to the meeting, we request that you take a seat at the table in front of me and in front of yourselves. Members of the public are reminded that no other visual or audio recording of this meeting by any other means will be allowed. That brings us on to agenda item number 1. Agenda item number 1 is attendances and apologies, including leave of absences. We do have a leave of absence from Councillor Morgan Bias. There are no other absences from councillors. We do have an officer who's absent, and that's the Director of Corporate Services. He is an apology, and we do have Ms Ross stepping in as the Acting Director of Corporate Services. Thank you, Ms Ross, for being here this evening. That brings us on to agenda item number 2. Agenda item number 2 is response to public questions taken on notice. And you'll see in the agenda there, under agenda item number 2, that we have a response provided to the question asked by Mrs Bond, and that is reflected on the agenda. That brings us to agenda item 2.2. Agenda item 2.2 is public questions. Public question time will now commence at 7:01 p.m. And just before we go to the floor for questions that have been submitted, I would remind all members of the public that there are 3 questions allowed to be asked at any council meeting, and you are limited by 3 minutes per question. And again, I'll reiterate that the questions asked, whether they're on notice or from the floor, are not to be disrespectful to any councillor or staff. That being the case, I'd like to ask Miss Vanessa Reynolds from Oakford to come forward and ask her questions.
Good evening. Question number 1, it's in regards to the creditor listings. I have some questions in relation to the monthly creditor list and would like some clarification on what the following items are and what they will purchase for, please. I've given dates and invoice numbers. So one of them is Activity Centre background paper at a cost of $8,000 a month. So that was purchased in November and again December. Another one in November, promotion products, employee branded cutlery for $3,700. Next one is December, flags and signs, cedar wood billboard for $8,500. Another one, December, Rod Equine Solutions, Darling Downs repairs and maintenance, another $7,500. And then I note that in the creditors' report, there was a clearing permit for $533,000 for Cargodditch Road. Could you please advise what this provides and how many trees are going to be removed, and can you provide a map to show where they're located, please?
Thank you for your first question, Ms Reynolds. And we have shown some leniency tonight because it could be argued that the first question you've asked is actually about 7 questions. But I'm happy for that to be taken as 1 question. So thank you for your first question. I'll ask the Acting Director of Corporate Services to please provide a response.
Thank you for your question. I'll go through them one by one. So the first invoice is relating to a draft report on the analysis on the best locations for future activity centres to be located within the Mundijong District Structure Plan area. This was a requirement of the Western Australian Planning Commission's approval of the District Structure Plan subject to modifications. The study fulfilled modification 74. The second item, similar to the first, is the final report for the Mundijong District Structure Plan Activity Centre background paper.
Sorry, Director, can you just please pause? I'll just ask members of the gallery to please refrain from talking. If you'd like to have a personal conversation, you're quite entitled to do, but please walk out and have your conversation outside. As I said at the start, the meeting is being recorded and I'm concerned about people at home might be able to hear the background noise. Thank you. Sorry, Director, please continue.
Thank you. So the third invoice that you raised The Shire has previously provided shed cutlery for staff use in the employee kitchen. However, it has always been an issue of items going missing and requiring replacement. The Shire branded utensils were purchased and distributed to individual staff members. This addresses the ongoing expenditure of having to replace utensils and is more hygienic. The next invoice.
Sorry, continue, Director. I didn't realise how many questions there were. Please go ahead.
That's all right. The item D, the Shire is renting a billboard from Cedar Woods on the corner of Hopkinson and Thomas Road in Byford. Officers engaged with All Flags to supply the banners or skins. The next invoice is in relation to fence repairs due to vandalism at 4 locations, being Comic Loop North Trail, Rain Lover Trail, I apologise if I pronounced this wrong, Birragar Loop South Trail, and the DDRA 70 acres boundary fence. Part F, which is regarding the clearing permit. As part of the vegetation clearing permit process for Cargodditch and Orton Road upgrade projects, the Department of Water and Environmental Regulations, or DEWA, has imposed several management conditions, including a monetary contribution to offset funds. The Shire is required to contribute the following amounts as part of these conditions: $399,614.70 for the Cargodditch Road upgrade, and $133,879.20 for the Orton Road upgrade. These funds will be allocated by DEWA to support the maintenance of native vegetation as an environmental offset for the clearing activities authorised under the permit. A total of 375 trees are expected to be removed as part of the current works. However, every necessary step will be taken to avoid and minimise the removal of native vegetation wherever possible.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. Would you like to ask your second question, please?
Yes. Question 2, in regards to the current road upgrades, do the Cargodditch and Orton Road upgrades incorporate the designs for the proposed roundabouts, including offset of any roundabouts? Or will the roundabouts, when funded, mean that some of this new work will need to be changed, removed, redone when the roundabouts go in?
Thank you for your second question, Ms Reynolds. I would ask the Director of Infrastructure Services please provide a response. Thank you, Director.
Thank you for the question. So the designs have been carefully planned to minimise the need for rework when the roundabouts are eventually installed. There will be some deviations from the current alignments at the intersections when the roundabouts are constructed. Every effort has been made to ensure that the improvements being carried out now will align as seamlessly as possible with the future roundabout construction, reducing any unnecessary modifications.
Thank you, Director. And Ms Reynolds, would you like to ask your third question, please?
Yes, my third one's in regards to the OCM agendas. As public questions and comments are asked and stated prior to any of the items on the agenda being discussed, is there any option to change the OCM agenda order so that we can be well informed before we ask questions? Is this possible at all so that we can ask relevant questions after the discussions have taken place and before any decision is made by Council? The second part of that one is, why is it permitted for councillors to raise alternate motions at an OCM that the public have not had prior notice of? Are we not supposed to be able to comment or ask questions of all options or considerations being presented at an OCM?
Thank you for your question, Ms Reynolds. I would again ask the Acting Director of Corporate Services to please provide a response.
Thank you. So in regards to the first part of your question, the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996 require public question time to precede discussions of any matter that requires a decision to be made by Council or Committee. In terms of your second part of the question, this is what elected members have the right to do under legislation and standing order local law. Council is required to deliberate and to make decisions at council meetings. As the agenda consists of officer reports and recommendations, Alternate recommendations proposed by elected members are presented and discussed at the council meeting to ensure the integrity and transparency of council meetings as the decision-making forum is maintained.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you for your questions, Ms Reynolds. I'd now like to ask Mr Bill Denham to come forward and ask his questions.
Council, officers, first question is regarding the progression of Kiernan Park Sporting Precinct. As we know, from July the 1st, 2021 to June 2024, 5,500 hours have been billed to a total cost of 1.6 million. I'm just wondering, what is the current total, because we're 8 months on, and the cost to Kiernan Street currently standing?
Thank you for the question, Mr Denham. I would ask the Acting Director, Infrastructure Services, to please provide a response.
Thank you for the question. Since July 2021 to the end of January 2025, the total number of internal hours used is 6,364 hours at a cost of $1,778,736.60.
Thank you, Director. Mr Denham, would you like to ask your second question, please?
Thank you. How many tenderers were there for building stage 1A of Kiernan Park, as that's now closed, I think?
Thank you for your second question, Mr Denham. Again, I'd ask the Acting Director of Infrastructure Services to please provide a response.
Thank you for the question. As the tender evaluation is still currently ongoing, officers are unable to share the specific details until the process has been concluded.
Thank you, Director. Mr Denham, would you like to ask your third question, please?
Mr President, I don't want to know the details of the tenderers. I was just asking how many tenderers were there. They're not allowed?
Mr Denham, the question's been answered. Would you like to ask your third
All right,
question,
all right.
please?
While on the officers' hours spent, how many hours was spent on the Australia Day event at Briggs Park, i.e. planning, organising, running, the total internal hours, please?
Thank you for your third question, Mr Denham. I'd ask the Director of Community Engagement please provide a response.
Thank you for your question, Mr Denham. The Shire has a community development team who are responsible for delivering the Shire's annual calendar of events, including the Community Safety Event, Christmas Street Festival, Summer Splash, Australia Day, SJ Sounds of Summer, which you have referenced, Harmony Festival, Anzac Day and Muddy Buddies. These officer hours are not assigned to specific events.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Mrs Denham. It is now 7:12 p.m. That means we've had 10 minutes only of public question time. I will now invite anyone from the floor to come forward and ask a question. Gentlemen in the front row, please come forward. I would ask, sir, you please state your name and your suburb of residence. Thank you.
My name's John Hawkins Salt, Byford. I apologise for not putting these questions on notice. When I read the website, it wasn't entirely clear that I needed to submit them in advance, so please accept my apology. As a regular recreational mountain bike rider, I've been dismayed at the growing proliferation of rubbish being illegally dumped in our beautiful bush. Since the closure of Watkins Road transfer facility, the increase in volume of illegal dumping in the Shire has skyrocketed. The Shire says that they've increased activity to prevent illegal dumping. Can the Shire please provide statistics on the number and value of fines issued for illegal dumping both before and after the closure of the transfer facility?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure whether that question can be answered tonight. I know that we have spent many an hour talking about such things. I think it would be prudent, sir, to take that question on notice and provide a response in due course. Do you have another question, sir?
Second question. Given that the volume of illegal dumping has vastly increased, can the Shire please inform its residents of how and when it intends to remediate that dumping and remove the illegal waste that's been dumped in our bush? And finally...
Sorry, sir, did you want to answer that second question?
Last statement's related.
Okay.
In that these are not on notice, as a regular mountain bike rider, I'd be more than happy to assist the Shire should it like help in geolocating and documenting the illegal dumping.
Thank you very much. I think Mr CEO would like to respond. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr President. Thank you for the question. Certainly, if you're able to, we can certainly submit a customer action request and we can work with you to identify the locations. We do have a contract in place to collect illegal dumping, and the same contractor does the curbside collections as well. So there's a contract in place, and we just need to let them know where the illegal dumping has occurred and they can collect it. So very happy to hear from you where those locations are, and we can certainly work with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's still 2 minutes left of public question. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and ask a question? I think Mrs Reynolds, you've already asked probably about 5 tonight. Mr Atwell, would you like to come forward and ask your question?
David Atwell, 52 Adams Street, Mundijong. My questions are in actual regards to our problems we have for fires in the area and the lack of, the lack of work being done by both the government and the Shire to alleviate these. Now, number one is, for instance, the Main Roads Department, and in particular, with the Tonkin Highway extension coming down along Hopkinson Road. Now, the reserve was not done until parts of it were still being done last week in 40-degree heat. I'm wondering, do we have any control over them, or is it just open slate? Are they allowed to get away with whatever they like?
Thank you for the question, Mr Atwell. We'll be taking that question on notice. Did you have another question, Mr Atwell?
Well, my other question is, the Shire, once again, has failed to do their own fire breaks, and yet they prosecute other people for not doing theirs. Now, either we get ourselves into gear and get our own fire break study time, or else we don't find people. So my question is the Shire exempt from having their fire breaks done by the required time?
Thank you for the question, Mr Atwell. I'm looking at the right director to answer that question. But we'll take it on notice. Thank you, Mr Atwell.
Yeah. Mr President, we have answered that question previously. I'd be happy to take it on notice and provide you a response, Mr Atwell.
All right. Well, my third question is the road verges. Is the Shire going to do anything about the road verges, which are falling into worse and worse repair? So I'll just leave that one. I guess you want to take that on notice as well.
Thank you, Mr Atwell. We'll take it on notice, but Council has, I think it was about October, November last year, did agree to the new verge policy that Council agreed to end of last year. But the rest of that answer will be provided in writing to you.
Yeah, councillors, they should administrate it if they've got the policy.
That is now 7:17 p.m. That is 15 minutes of public question time. Can I just have an indication from members of the public who would like to come forward and ask a question? So there's at least 2. Councillors, is there a councillor who is happy to extend question time by another 15 minutes? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Are you happy to second, Councillor Bishop? Anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. The gentleman in the second row in the blue shirt, please come forward.
Good evening, Shire President. My name's Robert Cruikshank. I reside in Blair Road, Oakford. I have a couple of questions tonight, please. My first question is with reference to the Nicholson Road and Rowley Road intersection. Due to a general increase in traffic in the local road network and the traffic and safety issues that exist at that intersection, the experience of residents is that Blair Road and Foxton Drive are increasingly being used as rat runs to avoid that intersections, and residents are experiencing an increase in traffic movements on their street and poor driver behaviour. I'm aware that the Nicholson Road, Rowley Road intersection is a boundary between the Shire and the City of Armidale, and that previously there was $1.6 million in black spot funding that had been secured for the City of Armidale to deliver the construction of a roundabout in the 2023-24 financial year. Recent advice I've received from the City of Armidale is that due to cost escalations, the construction will not be proceeding. And they say that in partnership with the Shire, they are reviewing alternative funding sources. So that being the case, my question is around where the discussions are at between the City and the Shire, and whether there is any prospect of funding being available to commence the project in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Cruikshank, for your question. I know there is a petition that's going to be circulated or submitted tonight, and I saw that your name is on that. Mr CEO, would you like to answer anything further?
Mr President, I think the Acting Director of Infrastructure can provide a response.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we are aware that the black spot money has been returned by the City of Armidale. We have been in constant discussion with them in regards to the future upgrade of the intersection, and the City of Armidale's intention is that they apply for funding through the MWG Improvement Program, as the black spot funding is capped at $2 million. The delivery of the roundabout is far in excess of that roundabout, and the only funding program available is the improvement program. That would require part contribution from the Shire. So discussions with the City of Armidale have been that they determine the full costs of the roundabout, provide that information to us so we can consider our contribution and respond back to the City of Armidale. If that application is made by the deadline this year, which is around April for improvement program, that would be funding for the 25-26 financial year at the earliest. I understand there is considerable services, relocations and land acquisition to be undertaken prior to construction of the roundabout. So it'll be likely phased over 2 to 3 years, the construction of the roundabout, to undertake those preliminary works. So the earliest a roundabout would actually be constructed there would be up to 3 to 4 years away.
Thank you for the answer, Director. Did you have another question, sir?
Yes, please, and thank you for the answer. In reference to the petition that is to be tabled tonight, could I just confirm the process moving forward? It's maybe my understanding that if council is to agree to receive the petition tonight, then the Shire's officers will investigate and a report will come back to council. Can I just confirm that's correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there any other questions from the floor? Thank you, Mrs. Bond. Oh, you can come forward, sir. It looks like someone has come in front of you, Mrs. Bond. If you're happy to grab a seat, please, Mrs. Bond. Sir, can you please state your name and your residential location in terms of suburb?
Ken Bentley, Jarrahdale.
Thank you.
It's regarding the refuge centre. It's quite obvious the Shire is concerned with the asbestos in there, but they're not concerned with homeless people living in the single men's quarters in the Jarrahdale, where the caravan park is, which have been there for 3.5 months. I'll leave that question with you, with the Shire.
And as the Shire President, I'll answer that.
A big pun?
And as the Shire President, I'll answer that.
Yeah.
That is the first thing I've been made aware of, the first time that it's come to my attention. Let me make one thing clear. The safety of our residents and ratepayers is the most important thing for me as your Shire President. If there are people that are potentially being exposed to asbestos or fibres from asbestos, I would like to know about it and we will act. Thank you for your question, sir. Do you have another question?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Mrs. Bond, would you like to come forward?
Has the CEO signed a non-disclosure agreement with a government authority regarding the suppression of the seriousness of the devastation of Port Bora to the exclusion of the Shire President and councillors? And does the CEO have a code of conduct which he is expected to adhere to? If so, what are the details of that code applying to the CEO?
Thank you for your question, Mrs. Bond. I'll ask the CEO to provide a response.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mrs. Bond, for the question. The confidentiality deed issued by DPIRP has been signed by a member of the executive team, which is allowed in accordance with the council policy, execution of deeds and documents. In fact, we understand that the department invited about 30 local governments to sign the confidentiality deed, of which I'm advised 22 have. The deed by the Shire was signed in July 2024, and the current policy doesn't require those documents, which are Category 2 documents, to be advised of, for the elected members to be advised when they're signed. but it's certainly something that in this case probably should have happened, and we will be reviewing that as part of the review of the upcoming council policies.
So did you sign that agreement? You didn't
No,
answer
no,
that,
I
you
did
said
not.
the team.
No, I did not.
You
Sorry,
didn't
Mrs
sign
Bond,
it.
the question was answered by the CEO. Do you have another question, Mrs Bond?
Yeah, I do. A councillor who has continually not attended OCMs, PCFs, SCMs and workshops, infrequently attending 1 out of 3 OCMs so he cannot be removed, has been on leave so he can concentrate on running for a position in state politics. Where is the fairness in paying a sitting fee to this person when he is not working for the ratepayer and overall has done very little regarding his councillor duties?
Sorry, Mrs Bond, is there a question in
Yeah,
regards
that's the
to that?
question. What are you doing about it?
We'll take the question on notice. Thank you. You got a third question, Mrs Bond?
Yep. Has a former councillor who made a big noise about how he would pay an ex gratia payment to the SJ Shire for land he wanted to purchase, paid any money to the Shire regarding this land? OCM May 2, 2024.
Thank you for your third question, Mrs Bond. I think the Mr CEO would like to provide a response.
Mr President, we'd like to take that question on notice so we can provide an accurate response, if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs Bond. Members of the gallery, there's still 6 minutes left of question time. Is there a person who would like to ask a question? Mrs Reynolds, if you have another question, I'm happy to give you some leniency to come forward and ask another question. I don't think there's anyone else in the gallery that's indicating they'd like to ask a question. Did you have another question, Mrs Reynolds?
Thank you. Under waste and recycling on the Shire website, under illegal dumping, it's stated that illegal dumping costs the Shire approximately $500,000 per year in clean-up costs and resources. However, after going through the creditors' reports and the OCM agendas since the 1st of December 2023, actual costs spent on illegal dumping were a mere $14,388.93. Can you please provide a detailed summary of how the 0.5 of $1 million was generated?
Thank you for your question, Mrs Reynolds. The fact that you use the term detailed, I think, would be prudent for us to take on notice. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. There is still 5 minutes left of... It can't be 5 minutes because I said it was less than that before. There is 5 minutes left of public question time. Does anyone like to come forward and ask a question? So, Mrs Bond, I think we've got a gentleman in the front row here who would put his hand up first. So, Mr Denham. Thank you, Mrs Bond. The clock is clicking.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs Bond.
Who signed the NDA?
Thank you, Mr CEO.
Mr President, I'm not sure that that adds a lot of value to the discussion. Happy to meet with Mrs Bond and discuss that offline.
No, I don't like discussing things privately with you. I want other people to hear it. I don't want to have a silent
Thank you,
conversation.
Mrs Bond. Do you have another question?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for being prompt. Mr Denham, please come forward. You've got 5 minutes.
No, just
I think I need to get glasses. Thank you, Mr Denham.
no, just after John's question regarding the illegal dumping in the bush, I actually live basically in the state forest. The street pickup guys have big trucks and bobcats. You're not going to get... How much detail do you need? Because there is an absolute polter. It's everywhere in there. How much detail do you need for it to be picked up? Because it doesn't get cleaned up until we have a bushfire.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Denham. Mr CEO, would you like to provide a response?
I know the manager of waste is actually in the here today to talk about answering any questions on the transfer station, and I might ask him to see if he's able to answer that question.
Absolutely.
So, thank you for the question. We can deal obviously with anything that's on our land or on our property, and our contractors will be able to go there. So if you put a customer request through, we'll be able to get the contractor to pick it up. But if it's on state land,
State forest.
yeah, we need to consult DBCA or the owners of the property for them to go in, because we're not allowed to go and collect illegal dumping from there. So what we do is we normally refer to them and we say, look, we've got this complaint, and we'll put it forward to them to go and pick it up.
Yeah, because four-wheel drives go in the middle of the night, with a trailer, dump it, and they go down some pretty small trails, so it's very hard for a truck to get to. Right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr Denholm. I'll try and get it right this time. 2 minutes left of public question time. Now, that being the case, I declare public question concluded at 7:30 p.m. That brings us on to agenda item number 3. Agenda item number 3 is public statement time. Public statement time will now commence at 7:30 p.m. And again, I'll remind people 3 minutes only for statements. And please, if there are statements from the floor, please remember courtesies paid to staff and councillors. Thank you, Mr Denham. Please come forward and make your statement.
The subject of tonight's statement is netball flavour of the month, with political parties, Labor giving Mandurah $20 million, Liberals giving $20 million to Armidale, heaven knows why. I hope the rumours are not correct in that they use some of our members for numbers to advocate. Rolling Stone Club actually plays at Kalamunda, not Armidale. Here at SJ, we have an association with approximately 300 children that operates from a Netball WA stated worst courts in WA. A canteen that borders on non-compliant toilets that when visited or used often described as, oh my God, you've got to be joking, even by our visiting politicians. Now, councillors, you may be unaware of this, but the community certainly is aware. SJ Netball decided to run an 8-week trial netball season due to demand and requests from the community. We even had a walking women's netball game, and to encourage interaction, the under-17s as well as the women's had their teams made on the night. So there was no set teams, there was no season, it was just made up on the night. So everyone had to play with different players, no coaches, no training, just roll up for an hour's fun playing a game of netball. We had to finish before dark because the court lights are less than 50 lux, which is needed just for training. So conditions aren't good. When hiring, it's like hiring a Mercedes-Benz and being given a Commodore that's unroadworthy. So the Netball Committee are not pleased to find out the Shire was going to charge them for a season's fee, a season normally being 20 to 24 weeks for an 8-week trial. Let me make it crystal clear. We don't consider that it's the officer's fault. They are only following the fee structure as per facility hire, but it's obviously flawed. Surely someone with authority could have made a common sense decision. And don't mention fee waiver because that goes against on the record and affects future years. For example, the ladies had 2 teams play on one court, $400 per team for the season, total of $800 for 8 weeks on one court for an hour. That's $100 per hour for one court. Can the facility hire fee structure please be reviewed ASAP because something's obviously flawed? Another question is, do we really need 2 officers advocating for funding? I know it's the time of the year and everything, but is it value for our rates? In the past 2 months, Netball Committee representatives have met on site and advocated for new or upgraded netball facilities. They have met 3 state political parties, Labor, Liberal and the Nationals, and 2 federal parties, Labor and Liberal so far. Returning to my original statement, facility fees, do we invoice the Shire for advocating on their behalf at $288 an hour for how many hours spent doing the advocating, or an invoice for wages via grant, as in this precedent has been set recently by council? After all this advocating, it was great news to hear that the National Party at state level has made a commitment of $40.4 million to relocate netball to Kiernan Street. Finally, we have some progress and acknowledgement of the facility's condition. Thank you to the missing councillor Morgan Byers and the Nationals for this commitment. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your question, Mr Denholm, and I would like to put on record thank you and everyone involved in the Munijong Netball for the advocacy work that you have done and what you did on Saturday with the National Party. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, is anyone from the gallery who would like to come forward and make a statement? I'll go with Mrs Rich because she hasn't had the opportunity to make a question or anything yet. So please come forward, Mrs Rich. And I remind everyone again, 3 minutes.
Thank you, councillors and officers, for the opportunity to make a statement this evening. My name is Michelle Rich from Serpentine. My statement is in regards to OCM item 10.2.1, future of Watkins Road Waste and Recycling Transfer Station. The report presented to Council tonight to decide the future of the Watkins Road Waste Transfer Station and strategic direction for waste collection and disposal is at best flawed. It lacks answers to details needed to make an informed decision. I read from page 99 of tonight's agenda with utter dismay that the Shire has already commenced the process to use Scrivener Road gravel pit site as a dumping ground for drainage spoils. Dumping drainage spoils does not pass the pub test for rehabilitation of a mined area to be handed back to the state government for inclusion in the Serpentine National Park. Drainage spoils is not like-for-like topsoil from the said area. What is the Shire's strategy to deal with dieback movement and spread from one site to the other? Even with the screening to remove rubbish and drying, how does the Shire intend to remove and/or manage weed seeds? Where is the weed management strategy for drainage spoils spread across the Scrivener Road site? What is the cost of this weed management strategy and how many years do you intend to cover with said strategy? What road upgrades do you intend to undertake to safely allow trucks to access the site? What are the costs of these road upgrades? When will they be undertaken? How do you intend to manage and protect the black cockatoos roosting sites in close
Mrs Rich, that's 2 minutes, you're 1 minute left.
proximity to the Scrivener Road site? There are 3 species of black cockatoos that use this area. Are the 3 species of black cockatoos that use this area not important to the Shire or Council? And here's the kicker. How does the Shire intend to rehabilitate the Scrivener Road site of the historical asbestos that has been dumped and reported there over many decades that is dotted around the many bush tracks leading into the main pit area? I'm happy to provide a tour to anybody who is interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Rich. Was there another member of the public wanted to come forward and ask make a statement? Thank you, Mrs Bond.
Privacy to residents and ratepayers has now become a major issue because of an employee of this council not behaving in a manner expected and demanded, has shown total disregard for his position with regard to ratepayers' privacy. If there has to be written directions for the use of the word privacy, that person should resign now. Both you and I know who you are and what you did.
Sorry, Mrs Rich, I'll just warn you.
Yes,
you're getting...
didn't.
Sorry,
okay.
Mrs Bond. I would warn you that you're very close to the line of saying something that could well be taken to be defamatory against a staff member. I'll just warn you. I have warned you. Please continue.
Yeah, I've already run it past somebody. Item 10.3.4 is to discuss the elections and whether it is to be postal or in-person voting. The officer's recommendation is for postal voting. I suggest you tear up that nonsense and get on board with an honest election for a change and stop using the old chestnut that postal gets more voting. It also allows for thieves and cheats to work overtime. Remember the court case over the stolen ballots and how that ended. There are councillors elected who should not be on council, and there are ex-councillors who were elected by dirty methods also. There is one councillor who is extremely lucky to have been elected because the stealing was set in motion right under everyone's noses during the count, and they almost got away with it. How many officers or staff associated with SJ Shire live in the Shire and are qualified to make this recommendation? Time to remind the councillors that your responsibility to the ratepayers is not to go on spending sprees to secure votes to get you elected. Thankfully, some ratepayers have woken up and recognise you are selfish and self-absorbed. Be very careful about voting to spend money on useless waste. The Watkins Road tip has been a major talking point for some time. Keep in mind, one councillor recently burned a hole in $40,000 just to ask if you want the tip opened, and she was supported by ignorance. Forget about the millions already wasted and will be wasted on this site. Now, Byford Progress Association has bags paid for by the ratepayer to
Sorry,
clean up
Mrs Bond,
roads.
that's 2 minutes. You've got 1 minute left.
My 3 minutes are up?
No, you've got 1 minute left.
Okay. In the Shire, and we pay for them doing this. Why then are they permitted to dump the orange bags in numerous piles throughout the Shire and leave them for weeks? This has been going on for years. Now everyone throws their rubbish on these piles. And you've only got to go down Hopkinson Road, have a look, and Bishop.
Thank you, Mrs Bond. I think the gentleman, Mr Cruikshank, sorry, sir, I think I got your name right. Please come forward and make your statement. Again, 3 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you again. Robert Cruikshank, Blair Road, Oakford. As some elected members may be aware, the City of Armidale has recently advertised a proposed structure plan for the land on the northern side of Rowley Road, land known as the Dubada Industrial Estate, Stage 2. As you're aware, the land on the south side of Rowley Road is within the Shire that includes Blair Road. I and other residents, we accept that the land is already zoned for industrial purposes and therefore we don't object to development in that respect. However, what is of concern to myself and many residents of Blair Road is that the primary access road into the Stage 2 estate is to be located directly opposite Blair Road, with a full movement roundabout at the intersection of Rowley Road, Blair Road and the new access road. There are no restrictions proposed to prevent vehicle access directly from the Stage 2 area onto Blair Road. The transport impact statement submitted by the applicant in support of their proposal estimates that the Stage 2 development will result in approximately 10,000 vehicle trips per day onto Rowley Road. There's a clear land use conflict with a primary access road to a major industrial estate leading directly onto a road with semi-rural properties, horses, etc. Blair Road is already being used as a shortcut to get from Rowley Road to Nicholson Road and vice versa, so as to avoid the Rowley Road-Nicholson Road intersection. The likely increase in traffic from the development using Blair Road will negatively impact upon the amenity of Blair Road, nor is Blair Road constructed to a standard to accommodate an increase in traffic volumes of the kind expected, as well as large vehicles. Many of the residents of Blair Road have already lodged submissions with the City of Armidale, requesting the city to require the primary access into the Stage 2 development to be relocated so as to not be opposite Blair Road. While we're hopeful that the city and the WAPC will agree to the relocation of the primary access, we are seeking the city to impose restrictions on the structure plan.
That's 2 minutes, Mr Cruikshank.
Thank you. So as to prevent access directly onto Blair Road. A petition has been prepared, which I understand will be presented tonight. We're seeking the Shire support in two matters. One is to object to the City of Armidale regarding the proposed access location. And secondly, should the access location be approved despite our concerns, seeking the Shire to investigate traffic mitigation measures that could be implemented. The Shire's direct interest in the proposal that if the structure plan is approved in its current
and 30
form,
seconds, Mr Cruikshank.
then it will fall upon the Shire to implement any traffic mitigation measures. Since starting the petition, we understand the Shire's officers have lodged a submission objecting to the proposal. Thank you for that. We've met with Councillor Bias. Thank you, Councillor Bias, for meeting with us. And thank you, Councillor Bishop, who I understand has taken an interest in our concerns and will be presenting a petition tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 2 minutes 55, perfect. Are there any other members of the public who would like to come forward and make a statement? Mr Atwell, would you like to come forward? And then Ms Reynolds, I'm happy for you to come forward after Mr Atwell.
This time I'll be very brief. I just wish to thank the CEO for his good work, or prompt work, and the staff's prompt work. They had a problem with some black boys being removed on Kerner Street, and the CEO and his staff responded within half an hour to sort the problem out. And I believe now that he's going to form a policy where these type of natural assets, I'll call them, are now going to be able to be reused later. And so I thank you very much for that and all his help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Atwell.
Grass trees.
I knew what you meant, Mr Atwell. would you like to come forward, please, Mrs Reynolds, and ask make your statement?
I apologise, mine certainly isn't as nice as Mr Atwell's. Tonight, I'm urging this council to please not make a resolution in regards to the waste transfer station. Surely nobody can actually think that any accurate and decent data was obtained from that survey that was conducted late last year. I raised the issue at the December OCM and I'll raise it again now to remind you how unacceptable that survey was. A few highlights. We're asking the public to choose multiple choice answers for questions that there was no context provided on. There was nothing provided to give us any knowledge that the Watkins Road transfer station is far too small to accommodate a growing community in the future. We were not provided with any other options to consider. The questions and choice of responses were all driven towards maintaining a verge collection service and very little else. We were never told how much the verge collection service currently costs us. And after working that out through the last 12 months of creditors' listings, it's about $100 per residence. So it's about $25 per service. We were in fact told 4 times how significant the cost would be of the reopening. We were never informed that should we opt to have the waste transfer station reopened at a substantial fee, there would be severe restrictions on its use. We were never offered the opportunity to comment on whether we would consider it being reopened for green waste only. That will not be processed on site. It will be transported to an alternative location to be processed externally with additional costs associated. There was no consideration for a fee-for-service option, and the list goes on. This council chose to spend ratepayers' money to conduct
That's
a
2 minutes,
survey,
Mrs Reynolds.
which has provided very little and basic results as expected. Please consider you didn't provide us with the tools to make educated choices and didn't provide us with options that suited us. Therefore, I would like to remind you that because of this, I don't feel that you are educated enough on our preferences and needs to make a decision like this on our behalf and expect us to pay for it at this point in time without any further investigations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Reynolds. Thank you, Mrs Reynolds. Are there any other members of the public like to come forward and make a statement? That being the case, I declare public statement time finished at 7:47 p.m. That brings us on to agenda item number 4. Agenda item number 4 is petitions and deputations. Agenda item 4.1 is petition by Stephanie Griffiths, structure plan for stage 2 of Dubara Business Park, Blair Road roundabout. Now, I understand that Councillor Bishop, you'd like to move a motion in regards to this agenda item?
Yes, thanks, Mr President. That motion would be that council accepts the petition, which, as you've mentioned, has been brought by Stephanie Griffiths, who resides on Blair Road in Oakford. The petition received 63 signatures, and as we've heard tonight, it's a petition requesting that council either advise the City of Armidale and the Western Australian Planning Commission of its objection to the proposed roundabout, or if the roundabout is approved, commence investigations into traffic mitigation measures to minimise the impact on Blair Road from the development. So I'd move that we accept the petition and request the Chief Executive Officer present a report on the matter at a future meeting of council.
Thank you for that, moving that motion, Councillor Bishop. Is there a councillor who is happy to second the motion? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Is there anyone who's opposed to that motion? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us on to agenda item 4.2. Agenda item 4.2 is deputations. There was an email received by the Shire on Wednesday in relation to a deputation from a Mrs Rich. Mrs Rich, would you still like to make that deputation? Thank you, Mrs. Rich. That brings us to agenda item number 5. Agenda item number 5 is the President's report. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Shire's first ordinary council meeting of 2025. I hope you all had a chance to relax and spend quality time with your loved ones over the holiday season. As we begin a new year, I look forward to continuing the important work we started following the October 2023 elections and building on the progress that we have made together since then. One of the things I'm most proud of is that we're a council that generally listens to our residents and ratepayers. Meaningful community engagement is at the heart of good governance, and one initiative that exemplifies this commitment is our Councillor in the Community Sessions. These monthly gatherings provide an opportunity for open dialogue between elected representatives and the community. Our first session of the year took place on the 25th of January, and I encourage residents to attend these meetings held on the last Saturday of each month at the SJ Farmers Markets. Transparency and accountability remain key priorities for this council. We are committed to ongoing community consultation through platforms such as Your Say SJ, where residents can share their views on issues like waste management and other important topics. Tonight's meeting is another demonstration of local democracy in action. Our community was recently reminded of the vital role our emergency services play when a bushfire broke out in Byford and Karrakup on the 22nd of January. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of our volunteer firefighters, what could have been a catastrophic event was contained, and they did so quickly and efficiently. These men and women are true heroes, and on behalf of the Shire and our community, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for their dedication and bravery. We're also pleased to celebrate the opening of the new Karrakup Fire Station, a major state government investment that will enhance emergency response capabilities in our growing community. This new facility will further support our volunteers who remain the backbone of community safety. Despite being one of the fastest growing local governments in the country, our Shire remains a close-knit and caring community. This was evident during our Australia Day celebrations, where we recognised outstanding individuals through the Australia Day Awards. It was an honour to meet the award winners and celebrate their contributions, and there's a few here that I'll go through. Kenneth Elliott, who won the Clem Kentish Community Service Award. He was a joint winner with Helen Rowe, who also, as I said, won the Clem Kentish Community Service Award. Ken's a remarkable individual who served 50 years with the Keysbrook Volunteer Bushfire Brigade, joining at just 17. Over the years, he has multiple roles, from firefighter to brigade captain, and continues as a local fire control officer, issuing burning permits and advising the community. Helen Rowe has been a dedicated volunteer in the Shire of Serpentine Jarrahdale for over 2 decades, making a lasting impact in the community through the Serpentine Jarrahdale Community Policing Program until 2016, and then more recently with the Uniting Church Op Shop in Byford, where she leads crisis care support. Bruce Hilliard was the Community Citizen of the Year winner, and Bruce is a dedicated long-time resident and volunteer. He's committed to improving this community. As the president of the Darling Downs Residents Association, he plays a vital role in organising work streams to benefit the community and working at Busy Bees Nursery in the Darling Downs estate. Margaret Ward won the Senior Community Citizen of the Year. For over 30 years, Margaret has been a dedicated leader and volunteer in the Shire of Serpentine Jarrahdale, actively contributing to numerous community groups. Ruth Eggleston was a Senior Community Citizen of the Year, and she got a Certificate of Appreciation. She's a founding member of the Munijong Heritage Community Garden, and she's played a key role in the development and also assists with church services. She was a committee member of the Serpentine Jarrahdale Library Friends since its inception in 2010, and has helped preserve local history by recording interviews with Serpentine Jarrahdale residents. Casey Nicola won the Young Citizen of the Year, and whilst Casey wasn't available, she's going to attend and meet with Councillor Jarrett in a couple of weeks, where Councillor Jarrett will have the honour to present that award to her. So Casey's dedication to disability employment services goes far beyond her role, ensuring her clients receive holistic support that extends beyond the workplace. Casey has assisted former clients with Centrelink and GP appointments, advocating for people with disabilities to have a voice in how their conditions impact their work. The Serpentine Jarrahdale Farmers Market were the Active Citizenship Award winners, and they are a vibrant community hub, bringing together local residents, producers and volunteers every Saturday at the Serpentine Jarrahdale Community Resource Centre here in Munijong. And then finally, Homelessness We Care, Serpentine, Jarrahdale and surrounds. They got a certificate of appreciation for their Active Citizenship Award. And for the gentleman in the front row there from Jarrahdale, I guess it shows you how serious we take homelessness in the Shire when we've got a group like Homelessness We Care that's being acknowledged. So Homelessness We Care has become a lifeline for those experiencing homelessness and financial hardship in the community. Every Friday evening behind the Byford Library, Stuart McClellan, his wife Coral and a dedicated team of volunteers provide warm meals, fresh clothing, grocery, pet supplies and a welcoming space for support. And I acknowledge at least 2 councillors here have been very active in that space, so well done. So that's Homelessness We Care. So then we also welcome 24 new Australian citizens from diverse backgrounds, including Zambia, Fiji and India. Choosing to become an Australian citizen is a significant milestone, and we are proud to have them as part of our Shire. Congratulations to those 24 new Aussies. With state and federal elections taking place this year, the Shire continues to advocate strongly for government funding to support our priority projects. Our efforts have already resulted in commitments from major state parties to fund essential projects such as our recreation centre, road infrastructure and fire stations, and, as we just heard, netball courts at Kiernan Park. As our population grows, securing investments in these critical areas will help ensure our Shire remains a great place to live. I encourage community members who support the redevelopment of the Serpentine Jarrahdale Community Recreation Centre to visit Your Say SJ and get involved. Your voice truly does matter. And again, I'll highlight the volunteers, such as the people who are involved in netball and play netball. Them coming forward and advocating makes a big difference for us. So, as this is our last ordinary council meeting before the state election on 8th of March, I extend my best wishes to all candidates contesting the seats of Darling Range and also the new seat of Oakford. Finally, February marks the start of a new school year, a time that can be both exciting and challenging for students, parents and caregivers. I wish all students the very best for 2025, particularly those that are starting their first year of school and those embarking on their final year. Thank you, and I look forward to another productive year serving our community. That brings us on to agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 6 is declaration of elected members and officers' interests. I have 2 in front of me. They both pertain to the same agenda item, being first one, Councillor Shane Mack. He wishes to declare an interest in agenda item 9.3, being considered by Council Committee Council held on the 10th of the 2nd, 2025. The nature of his interest is impartiality interest. The nature of his interest is impartiality. The extent is that he volunteers with a number of volunteer groups within the community who may lead to being financially recognised for their commitment in the future. That has been noted as impartiality. The second one is for the same agenda item, which is 9.2, and that is from the Shire President, Robert Coles. I have declared an interest in a matter on agenda item 9.2 being considered by Council on the 10th of February 2025. The title of my interest is impartiality interest. The nature of my interest is I'm involved in the community volunteer groups, specifically the Serpentine Jarrahdale Return and Services League. So my extent of my interest is impartiality as well. They are the 2 declarations that I have received.
Mr President, can I just confirm that declaration of mine was for 9.2? On the had I put 9.3 by mistake?
Yeah, put 9.3.
It is for 9.2.
9.2. That has been amended. That brings us on to agenda item number 7. Agenda item number 7 is confirmation of minutes of previous council meetings.
Sorry, Mr President, can I sit? And so yours is for 9.2 as well?
Yes.
Just that, can we just change that to say 9.2 in the minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr CEO. That brings on to agenda item number 7, confirmation of minutes of previous council meetings. Agenda item 7.1, ordinary council meeting 9th of December 2024. Is there a councillor who's happy to move a motion in regards to the minutes of that meeting? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Is that the officer's recommendation? Thank you. Is there a councillor who's happy to second? Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. Is there anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 8. Agenda item 8 is receipt of minutes or reports and consideration of adoption of recommendations from committee meetings held since the previous council meeting. Agenda item 8.1, special audit risk and governance meeting of 28th of January 2025. attachments available under separate cover. Is there a councillor who's happy to move a motion in regards to these minutes? Thank you, Councillor Mack. Is that officer's recommendation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And Councillor Duggan, you happy to second? Thank you. Anyone opposed to that motion? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. That brings us on to agenda item number 9. Item number 9 is motions of which notice has been given. Agenda item 9.1 is notice of motion, review of current policies for grants, scholarships and awards for youth and students living or studying in the Shire. Councillor Mazzini, this is your motion. I understand you have got an alternate motion which you've duly circulated. Would you like to move that motion?
Yes, thank you.
Can you just confirm, please, it's as per the screen?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. Is there a councillor who's happy to second the motion? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Is anyone opposed? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. You're opposed?
I'm not opposed. If I can just ask, are you happy for point 1 that's got a small r at the start? Did you want the small r and the small p to be changed so it's a sentence?
Yes, please.
Well spotted, Councillor Duggan. As a seconder, Councillor Jarrett, are you happy with that? Thank you. Again, I'll call. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried unanimously.
Do you need my reason for difference?
No, we don't, because it's your motion, Councillor Mazzini.
Thank you. That brings us on to agenda item 9.2. Agenda item 9.2 is notice of motion recognising contribution of community groups who volunteer at Shire-run events. Councillor Duggan, this is your motion. Would you like to move it?
Happy to move what's written there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. Is there anyone opposed? You got a question, Councillor Bishop, or opposed?
At this stage, I'd be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Mack, did you have a question or did you?
I just had a question, if I could.
Yes.
The question was just in relation to point 1 and the review. The way that it's worded, the community review the policy of community contributions and investigate how the community groups involved. Would it be the officer's understanding that it is to do a review of the whole policy rather than just that specific, and then just including that specific bit as well?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mack. Mr CEO, are you happy to provide a response?
I think the Director of Community Engagement is been working with Councillor Duggan on that, Mr President, so I can answer the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Director of Community Engagement.
Thank you, Mr President. Could I get clarification on the question again, please?
Yes. So I didn't ask it very well. So just to ensure that we are doing a policy review on the whole policy and not just specific to the part of reviewing the volunteer financial recognition for their contribution.
Thank you, Director. Can you provide a response, please?
My understanding of the intention of the notice of motion was to investigate how community groups who volunteer at Shire-run events can be financially recognised for their contribution. And in my discussions with Councillor Duggan, I identified that Council Policy 5.1.14 community contributions was the most suitable policy to review to address my understanding of what she was hoping to achieve. Unless Councillor Duggan would like to add anything further, but from an officer's perspective, we would just be reviewing the policy regarding to that last section of point 1.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Duggan, did you want to add to that?
Thanks, Mr President. I was certainly happy with our conversations and the review only of the policy 5.1.14. However, if Councillor Mack wanted to offer a small amendment, I'm not averse to that.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Councillor Mack, are you happy with your answer, or would you like to entertain the potential of a alternate motion?
Happy with that answer for now.
Thank you. I'll call again. We've got a mover, a second. We've got a councillor who's opposed. Are you still opposed, Councillor Bishop? Thank you. Councillor Duggan, would you like to open debate, please?
Thanks, Mr President. We have a number of community groups who are purely run by volunteers, and what's one thing that we always know with volunteer groups is financially they struggle, and the Shire works very closely with these groups, and they're kind enough to volunteer their time for a number of events, and some of them have been discussed today. You know, we have our fire brigades that go out to Muddy Buddies. We have them assist with Anzac Day we have them assist with our community barbecues. To me, I feel that in gratitude for the work that they do to assist us to connect with our residents and make our events better, it's a great opportunity for us to financially compensate them for that. And it's a way of recognising that the one thing that they need more than anything is not thanks but money.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Councillor Mazzini, do you want to speak or reserve?
I'll reserve, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak against the motion?
Thank you, Mr President, and thank you, Councillor Duggan. I'm certainly not opposed to the intent of the motion. Local volunteers are invaluable and their contributions can never be recognised enough. The concern I do have is that our residents and ratepayers can decide to support great causes with their own wallets, and I do not think they ever envisioned us councillors using their public purse to support those causes on their behalf. I'd say let's not disrupt the natural process of charity and volunteer groups by instituting payments for volunteers, which I feel is inconsistent with the ethos of volunteer service. Volunteers serve without expectation of financial gain, a sacrifice they make for the betterment of our community, and I think that's something that councillors would do well not to disrupt.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Is anyone like to speak for the motion? Councillor Duggan, would you like to close?
Thanks, Mr President, and thanks, Councillor Bishop, for your comments. And they've certainly been heard. To point out, this is actually, this motion is purely to ask for a report to come back to Council after review of the Council policy. That information will be answered as to the cost to ratepayers and how it could impact on budgets. The information that's been given to me thus far is that it would have a minimal impact, but it is, you know, something that our local volunteering groups, like I say, it would certainly be of great benefit to them. So that's why I put forward this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. All those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? Motion is carried 4-2. That brings on to agenda item 9.3, notice of motion, stall holders and vendors for Shire Run events. This is a motion put forward by Councillor Duggan. Councillor Duggan, would you like to move the motion?
I would, and as worded, thanks.
As worded, thank you. Is there a councillor who's happy to second this motion? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Is there anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 10. Agenda item number 10 is en bloc, and as part of the Shire's efforts to ensure the efficiency and effectiveness of meetings, tonight's meeting will include the opportunity for matters to be considered by Council en bloc. This means that a group of matters dealt with in multiple reports can be grouped together, considered and voted upon as a single motion. Matters that are not to be included in en bloc decisions are those which require absolute majority, matters to be determined behind closed doors, declared interests made in relation to the item, and deputations or statements made in relation to the item. Officers have prepared a list of matters that meet this criteria. I will now read those report numbers and titles and invite any elected member to identify any matters that they wish to be removed from en bloc consideration. Removing a matter from en bloc consideration does not signify objection to a matter and does not require the matter to be debated. Removing a matter from en bloc simply means that the matter is to be considered separately. These matters that have been identified for consideration en bloc at tonight's meeting are as follows. 10.1.1, proposed road naming application, lot 61, 55 Lawrence Way, Byford. 10.1.2, proposed road naming application, lot 9001, Orton Road, Byford. 10.1.3, proposed amendment to road naming application, lots 59 to 61 Briggs Road and lot 62 Thomas Road, Byford. 10.1.4, proposed road naming application, lot 33, 128 Dolly Road, Byford. 10.1.6, adoption of the annual revisions of development contribution plans for DCA 1, DCA 2 and DCA 3. 10.1.7, proposed scheme amendment number 3 to local planning scheme number 3, omnibus amendment. 10.1.8, authorisation to sign and seal scheme amendment number 8 to local planning scheme number 3, normalisation of the Byford Central Local Structure Plan, the Lot 2 Nettleton Road Byford Local Structure Plan, and the Murray Park Estate Lot 3 Larson Road and Lot 3 Alexander Road Local Structure Plan. 10.1.9, which is membership to the Peel Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated draft sponsorship agreement. 10.2.2, award request for tender, RFT 01-2025, Gurulong Trail Precinct, new car park upgrade. 10.3.2, monthly financial report, December 2024. 10.3.3, Shire of Serpentine Jarrahdale integrated planning, reporting and budget timelines, 2025-2026. 10.3.5, OneCom project, CEO KPI 5, improved management and maintenance of Shire assets. 10.3.6, OneCom project phase 3, project status report. 10.4.1, local emergency management committee information report. 10.5.2, Peel Regional Leaders Forum meeting minutes, November 2024, and constitutional changes. 10.5.3, report on Canberra delegation, including National Growth Areas Alliance forums in November 2024 and advocacy updates for July to December. 10.5.4, minutes of the Rivers Regional Council Ordinary Council meeting 12th of December 2024. Councillor Duggan, I understand you would like 10.5.5, award request for tender, RFT 16-2024 weed control service to be taken out of en bloc.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then 10.5.6 will be Wolga Joint Local Government Energy Project. Could councillors please indicate if they wish to remove any of the aforementioned items? Notwithstanding, we've just removed 10.4.5.5. Are there any other items that councillors would like to be removed? Thank you, councillors. That being the case, can I have a councillor to move a motion to move all those aforementioned items to be moved en bloc? Thank you, councillor Duggan. Are you happy to second, councillor Bishop? Thank you. So moved by councillor Duggan, second by councillor Bishop. Is there anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.2. 10.1.2, sorry, 10.1.1 even. 10.1.1. 10.1.1 is Development Service Reports, proposed road naming application, lot 61, 55 Lawrence Way, Byford. That was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.2. Agenda item 10.1.2 is proposed road naming application, lot 9001, Orton Road, Byford. That too was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.3, proposed amendment to road naming application, lots 59 to 61 Briggs Road and lot 62 Thomas Road, Byford. That too was moved en bloc. Agenda item 10.1.4 is proposed road naming application, lot 33, 128 Dooley Road, Byford. That too was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.5, proposed extractive industry licence at lot 1304, 124 Core Road, Albury. Is there a councillor who would like to move a motion?
Happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, councillor Mack. Are you happy to, yeah, saw your hand come, are you happy to second that, councillor Duggan? Yep. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.6. 10.1.6 is adoption of the annual revisions of development contributions plans for DCA 1, DCA 2 and DCA 3. That too was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.7, proposed scheme amendment number 3 to local planning scheme number 3, omnibus amendment. That too was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.8, which is authorisation to sign and seal scheme amendment number 8 to local planning scheme number 3, normalisation of the Byford Central local structure plan, the Lot 2 Nettleton Road Byford local structure plan and the Mary Park Estate Lot 3 Larson Road and Lot 3 Alexander Road local structure plan. That too was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.1.9, membership of Peel Chamber of Commerce and Industry Incorporated draft sponsorship agreement. That too was moved en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.2. Agenda item 10.2, 10.2.1, future of Watkins Road Waste and Recycling Transfer Station. Now, there has been alternate motion as circulated by Councillor Mack. Councillor Mack, are you wanting to move that motion?
Mr President, I will, but I would also request perhaps we consider suspending standing orders, given the amount of detail in the reports, to allow for some description of what the alternate is actually leading to from a report basis, and to allow for questions from councillors given the in-depth nature of this report.
Thank you, Councillor Mack. We'll break it down. So firstly, would you like to suspend standing orders first, or would you like to move your motion?
Suspend standing orders.
First? Okay. You happy to move that? Is there a councillor who's happy to second? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Anyone opposed to suspending standing orders? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Mack. Did you want to ask a question or start the process of asking questions? Did you have something in mind?
Yes, I just wanted to probably ask the questions of the operational staff to make sure that it was perfectly clear with the alternate motion that it is a alternate resolution to the resolution and the report handed out for option 1. And obviously that brings with it a few subsequent changes to the report. And I did wonder whether we wanted to perhaps look at some of those changes that does bring to the report to make sure everyone is clear on what the alternate is meaning.
Thank you, Councillor Mack. Did you actually have a question then? Because we can't obviously debate. It's a question forum. Now we've suspended standing orders, so it gives us some leniency. But I'm happy for councillors to ask any questions that they...
So I guess the question is for the officers to read through some of the key points that they think will be altered in option 1 as the officer's recommendation with the alternate motion. I'm happy to highlight a couple of the points.
I think it'd be dangerous for the staff or officers to do that without some guidance in terms of some specific questions. So if you've got some... Sorry, Mr CEO.
Or maybe, Mr President, if I can suggest, maybe Councillor Mack could point that out to all the elected members, what the difference between the officer's recommendation is and his alternative as a starting point. If they could suggest that, that might be a way to start.
Are you happy to commence by doing that as suggested by the CEO?
Yeah, very good. Obviously, there is some tip passes that were required under option 1. It stated that there would be 2 tip passes for green waste. I'd like to just clarify that under the new proposal, there'll be 2 passes available to the waste transfer station that would be redeemable for either hard waste or green waste. Is that your understanding from the alternate?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mack. Acting Director of Infrastructure Services, I know that the manager is here. Are you happy to answer those questions, or would you like the manager to?
I'll ask the manager of Waste to answer
Thank
that
you,
question.
Director. Thank you. Manager, would you like to answer those questions, please?
To the Chair, with the 2 passes, the idea is that we'd have 1 annual free pass for green waste and 1 annual free pass for bulk waste. The general practice is that you're able to change the bulk waste pass for green waste, but not the other way around. So you don't normally get to change the green waste pass to a bulk waste pass because we want to try and discourage waste.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Mack, did that answer your question? Do you have another question?
It does. Just processing that one a little bit. Do you see any problems with making it available, that the 2 passes available for, say, 2 hard waste?
Thank you for the question, Manager.
From
Are you
a
able
budgetary perspective.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Mack. Manager, are you able to provide a response?
Through the chair, my main concern with the alternative that is being proposed for option 4 is we go from, as opposed to option 1, where you have 6 skips, all for green waste, and then you can cater to that. Now we're sharing those skips, 6 skip bins with 3 for green waste, 2 for bulk, and 1 for metals. So I'm concerned about just trying to draw that balance of allowing changing it, which would then mean we suddenly have too much and we've got to manage that differently. So we could probably review that in the future, but when we start, I think it'll be good to just assess what volumes are coming in and then consider interchangeability.
Thank you, Councillor Mack. You another question?
I just have a follow-up on that one as well then. So is your concern that there is such a demand in our community for hard waste at the Waste Transfer Centre that we might be overrun with it?
Thank you, Councillor Mack. Manager, are you able to answer the question?
Sure. Through the chair, when the transfer station was previously open, we had 3 times or 4 times as much volume as the green waste coming in. And for that reason, I think there needs to be a bit more restrictions on the hard waste as opposed to the green waste. It's also easier to manage the green waste going out.
If you haven't got a question there, Councillor Mack, I do. Sorry, Manager, I understand you said that last time the quantity of hard waste was a lot more than green waste. Do you agree that last time there was no option to have hard waste collected from your property? Thank you, Manager. Sorry, Councillor Mack, do you have another question?
Yeah, thank you. It is also my understanding that we will have more skip bins kept in reserve for this, increasing the capacity for us to take both bulk and green waste as a collective with the extra skip bins. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question. Manager, again, can you please provide a response?
Through the chair, yes, there will be extra skip bins. The plan is to have 6 skip bins in reserve so we can rotate those skips quicker than we would with the green waste only option.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Mack, you another question?
So I guess a quick follow-up to that one is then, given then we would end up with 6 skip bins on site for green waste with the reserve bins, does that not put us in the same position as we would be having it open as green waste only, just for green waste?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mack. Manager, can you please provide a response?
Thank you for the question. I think it makes sense what you're asking. Because we're trying something new, I'm a bit afraid to say, yes, we go. And that's why I'd rather go on the side of caution and say, let's go with 1 pass and then assess how we're going, what sort of volumes we're doing, and then allow changes.
Councillor Mack, have you got another question? If there's any other councillors that have questions, please speak now. Thank you, Councillor Duggan.
I've got some questions, thank you. Through the chair, if I could please request the answer to these questions. The officer's recommendation, which has been put forward, option 1, does that allowance just for the green waste?
Sorry, Councillor Duggan, the one we're talking about now, my understanding is option 4.
I know, but I need to ask this question because it ties. Okay. Does that allow for our green waste from residents and Parks and Gardens team to be dealt with fully into the future, say the next 5 to 10 years? And as part of that question, does the option that we've got with the alternate recommendation, how do they compare? Does the option put forward that we're currently discussing, does that allow the green waste to be fully dealt with by both our residents and the Parks and Gardens team into the future, so the next 5 to 10 years, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Duggan. Acting Director of Infrastructure Services, can you please provide a response to that, please?
Thank you for the question. In regards to officer recommendation option 1, yes, it is anticipated that given the total land area of the Shire is unlikely to change, the average green waste collected by parks and gardens and residents is unlikely to change significantly. The volume of green waste brought to the waste transfer station will also be limited if verge collections are maintained. In regards to the proposed option 4, no, this will not cater for the parks and gardens waste at the transfer station for the next 5-10 years, as there will only be 3 skip bins available for green waste.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions, councillors? Sorry, Councillor Duggan.
Can I ask a subsequent question to that? But the statement was just made that there would be 6 bins that would be available. There'd be 3 bins at a time and they could be swapped out. If we went for the recommendation that's in front of us at the moment, would that change your answer to that?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Duggan. Director, are you able to provide a response, please?
My understanding is in regards to the time taken to book for the changeover and the emptying of the bins, that is why option 4 does not cater for that. If the manager has any additional information.
Thank you, Director. Manager, are you able to provide some further information, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's the same concern as the previous question from Councillor Mack. We'd be restricted in terms of the time it takes to swap those skips out, and with that particular option, you're using a contract. So the green waste only option is one contract to take those green waste skip bins out. Whereas when we go with option 4, the idea is that we get a hook lift truck and we'll have an officer to go and swap those out. So we're not reliant on contractors to come in, pick those up. So with green waste option 1, for example, you just have the contractor and you're reliant, they're not there all the time. Whereas with option 3 and 4, the idea is that we'd have our own staff and we can do it more frequently.
Thank you, Manager. You got another question, Councillor?
Yes, please, if I may. It's been discussed that residents may be able to purchase passes in addition to their free visits. Do we have a set price on that at this time, please?
Thank you for the question, and I know it is your question, but I guess it would be, is that passes for green waste, hard waste, what waste, and the price, please? Is that what? Yeah. Thank you. Director, are you able to provide a response, please?
Yes, the plan is to introduce a fee for additional passes. At this point in time, no, we do not know what the price would be.
Mr President, if I can add to that, Council would have the opportunity to set those fees and charges annually when it adopts its fees and charges as part of the budget process.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Councillor Duggan, do you have another question?
No, that's me done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thanks, Mr President. Just to the points raised earlier by the former President, Michelle Rich, regarding Scrivener Road, and just wanted some comment from the Shire officers on some of the points raised. So I might deal with them one by one. I believe they're somewhat interrelated. Do the officers share Mrs Rich's concerns regarding the quality of the drainage waste and the prospects that it would be accepted to rehabilitate the former mine site?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. The Director's looking at the Manager and I can't quite see the Manager's reaction. Manager, are you happy to provide an answer, please?
So through the chair, we're working with the Manager Operations and we are getting a consultant to have a look and get some testing of the soil done. So the first idea is to check for hydrocarbons and any other contaminants that might be in the soil. The idea with this is is that we're going to screen those materials and it's only going to be the soil that gets taken out there, the uncontaminated material. We've got to go through the process. Once we've done this testing, we'll go through to the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation and subject to their approval and conditions. And the way they say that we can do this is the only way we can manage this with taking the drainage spoils to Scrivener Road. So there'll be strict conditions on how we do that and it'll be in accordance with those conditions that we use the facility. So it hasn't been approved as yet, but we're in that process of seeking that approval.
Thank you, Manager. And that's the Scrivener Road old gravel pit that will be used for drainage and other spoil, irrespective of what decision council makes tonight. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
The drainage waste, irrespective of what decision council makes tonight, the drainage waste will go to that facility at Scrivener Road. Is that the plan?
Subject to approval from DWER. We just need to make sure we have the right approvals from DWER and we remove any contamination from there. Yeah.
So the other question I have is in regards to, and it seems to be a little bit confusing, we've got green waste from residents, we've got green waste from the Shire, and we've also got drainage waste. Can someone, director or manager, explain either option 1, which is the officer's recommendation, or option 4, which is the one that alluded to by Councillor Mack? What's the difference for the green waste from residents, Shire, parks and gardens and drainage for those 2 options?
I'll refer to the manager.
So starting with residential waste, we can manage residential parks and garden waste in both options, option 1 and option 4. It would be restricted. I think with option 1, we've said you can have, let me just confirm that. We've said that we could have 2 passes with option 1 because there's 6 skips available and it's only green waste, whereas with option 1, there's 1 free pass. Option 4, there's 1 free pass available. The parks and gardens waste, we wouldn't be able to accommodate in option 4, whereas we would be able to accommodate in option 1 because it's only green waste. And then the drainage waste, for both options, we need to manage that off-site. So we don't have another site to manage drainage spoils at the moment. The Scrivener Road is the option that we are looking at because for any other site, we need to get a separate license done as well. So that is our best option. So for either option 1 or option 4, the drainage spoils need to be managed off-site.
So then for option 4, where does the park and gardens or the Shire's green waste go?
The plan at the moment is that it's going to be chipped directly at the site that it's being produced. Anything that is chipped and uncontaminated will be used back in the parks and gardens, saving some money on having to purchase extra mulch. And anything that is infested or contaminated will go to landfill. So that is the plan from the manager operations.
You've raised my interest there, Manager, because you said it's going to reduce cost mulching at site. Can you just explain that, please?
It's because of the transportation. So at the moment, what's been happening is we take it to a site like the transfer station or the reserve, it gets mulched, then it goes to another site. Then it gets shipped. And previously we were not getting mulch of the quality from the transfer station to be used in our parks and gardens. So the mulch that was created previously when the transfer station opened wasn't used. So Parks and Gardens was purchasing new mulch to try and manage that. So currently the plan is that you'll mulch it on site and then the chipped mulch could be used for Parks and Gardens materials.
Thank you, Manager. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Jarrett.
I suppose thank you, Mr. President. I suppose my question pertains again to the drainage waste that could potentially be going to Scrivener Road. From my own experience being involved in mine site rehabilitation and natural resource management, rehabilitation works need to be like for like soil going into a site. What is the contingency plan for the leftover drainage waste? I know in option 3 in the agenda that covers that for treating the drainage waste on site, but with option 1 and option 4, what would be the contingency plan to deal with that drainage waste out of the road? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jarrett. Manager, you again best positioned to provide a response.
So anything that cannot be used for rehabilitation will need to be disposed of appropriately, and so we'll probably have to go in based on the classification. So if we manage to get a classification of clean fill, then we can probably pass that on and use that elsewhere or give that away. Whereas if we get any classification as landfill, then we'll have to dispose of it as landfill material.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Bishop?
Yes, thanks. Just subsequent to my earlier question, just around what if the, I presume it's a DWER approval, if that doesn't come good, what are the implications for tonight's option, particularly in terms of financial impacts?
Is that the DWAR approval for Watkins Road or Shriver Dam?
Sorry, for
Road or
the
both?
mine site.
The gravel pit?
Yep.
Who's best positioned, manager or director?
Yeah, I can answer that. Yeah, if that approval doesn't come through, then that site cannot be used and that material would need to be paid, disposed of at cost.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions, councillors?
Just a follow-up. When we say it would come at a cost, what sort of ballpark are we talking, and might there be other options for other sites subject to approval processes?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. Director, Infrastructure Services, or do you want me to divert to the manager?
Refer that to manager in regards to cost.
Thanks, manager.
So if it's landfill class 3, then it's likely to cost about $170 a tonne for disposal. And that's something we want to try and avoid as much as we can. So we hope that the testing comes through and we screen out as much as we can in terms of contamination, and hope that that material can be used for other purposes other than landfill.
Thank you, manager. Another question, Councillor Bishop.
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to gauge officers' confidence that if we do move forward with a decision tonight and that approval does not come through, that we won't be wearing the brunt of the community, obviously realising that potentially this could fall apart by the sounds of it and become a far more expensive exercise than it might currently be. I just want to gauge the confidence that that approval will come through, or that we won't be facing significant costs should it not.
Thank you for the question. Mr. CEO, did you want to say something?
Unless the director or the manager wants to jump in, I'm happy to jump in. Yeah, I don't think we can. I don't think we can bank on or assume that the approval will come through. I think that we need to do that best that we can. If the approval doesn't come through, then we'd need to explore other options and work through whatever they are, keeping in mind that the option 1 and option 3 allow for the progressive development of the site in time and do not impede that or do not, stop that occurring. So if, for example, the approval didn't come through or only had a limited time life to do that, my understanding is that the ideal would be to be filling up the gravel pit and then remediating the site with appropriate topsoil over that and landscaping that. But if that approval doesn't come through or something else needs to occur, then the council would either need to pay the fees to transport and dump the sand somewhere else, look for an alternative site, or move into the progressive development of the site into that phase 2 area to accommodate the drainage waste.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Do you have another question, Councillor Bishop?
Only to the extent of following up some of the further points that were made. There was mention of things like dieback, which I assume relates to the site itself or around the site. Are there any concerns around dieback in the area that would impact the Shire?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. Director or manager, who's prepared to answer the question? Looks like the manager's got his microphone on. Manager, thank you.
I'll have to take that one on notice if okay with the director to speak to the manager operations.
I don't think we'd have the answer to that question, to be honest, Mr. President, right now.
Sorry, I've got a question for the CEO. Mr. CEO, you mentioned before about it would only be... Sorry, I'll start again. You made a comment that for option 1 and option 3, it would be okay. Is that also for option 4? I can't remember exactly what you said, but when the question was...
Sorry, my apologies. Option 1, 3 or 4, I presume. Yeah.
So it's
yes.
Yeah. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor
I
Mack.
did, and I was going to clarify that same, that option 1 and 3, and I believe option 4 would leave it open for the site to take drainage waste at a future date. I guess I just wanted to come back. There was that question that has been answered, and the answer that was given to the parks and gardens waste. When I asked the question in the first place, the answer that was given back was, I'm afraid to say, as we just don't know what the volumes are going to be. Obviously, we'll have 2 green waste Verge collection pickups that we didn't have before when we had the waste transfer station open. And then in a subsequent question, when it was asked in a slightly different way, a very definitive answer was given that we're not going to be able to accept any. So I just wanted some clarification. We've still got 6 skip bins. We are going to buy our own hook truck. So we're going to have our own person on site to move those 6 skip bins around. Are we then still getting a contractor to come and pick that up to take it off site, or are we delivering it off site with our own hook truck? What would cause the delay there? I'm just failing to see that.
Thank you for the question. Councillor Mack, Director, are you able to provide a response?
I'll refer that to the manager in regards to removal of the material.
Thank you, Director. Manager, can you provide a response?
Thank you, through the chair. So from the previous experience with the contract at the waste transfer station, we were subject to when the contractor could come in and pick up the skips. So it's mobilisation, bringing the skip, then taking it to the relevant contract site, and then bringing the skip back to return it. We had smaller skips, but the operation was similar. The idea, I guess, when we've got our own contract, or we've got our own officer with the own hook lift truck, is that we're not restricted by when the contractor can come and empty the bin. We could take the bin, swap it out, empty it, and bring it back as quickly as we could. So in option 1, which is green waste only, we're restricted by the contractor, but we've only got 1 green waste contract. So the idea is we would be able to establish a routine and how quickly and what sort of frequency we have to go and pick up those bins. Whereas when you've got 3 different material types that you have to collect, we work out those bins, but we can swap those bins as and when we require with the ease of the hook lift truck and take them to the relevant disposal site as well when we're able to. So we're not restricted by time because of the contractor schedule.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Mack, do you have another question? No. Councillor Jarrett, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Just another question in regards to the Scrivener Road site. So my understanding from the answers tonight is that irrespective of what the decision of council is tonight, that the Shire will still be progressing the works to use the drainage waste as infill for the rehabilitation of the Scrivener Road site. Is that correct?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Jarrett. Director, Infrastructure Service, that is light turned on. Did you want to answer that, Director?
Yeah, that is following testing if it is approved by DWER to be used for that purpose.
Except for option 2, which wouldn't, or would it be?
So we have a look at that option.
No, if option 2, council chooses option 2, then that still applies.
Yes, correct.
It does, Mr CEO?
For that Scrivener site, correct. Yep.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bishop?
Yes, thanks, Mr. President. There was reference also made to road upgrades and costs, which I can only assume might relate to Scrivener Road. Is there any need to be upgrading the road network to allow for the use of this mine site for drainage spoils?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bishop. Director, Infrastructure Service, are you able to provide a response?
Refer that one to the manager.
Thank you, Director. Manager, can you provide a response, please?
Sorry, I'll have to take that one on notice and speak to the manager operations to provide an answer on that one.
Mr. Seow, do you want to add?
Mr. President, I think that we would, if the approval came through, we would assess the road network and consider that at that time.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I just want clarification on the Scrivener Road site. I know this is slightly waning from the waste transfer. If this is approved by DWER, would this come back as a report to council?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jarrett.
Yes, happy to, Mr President.
Thank you, Ms Segan. Yep. Any other questions, councillors? I have a question in regards to option 1, and I probably will be directing this not at the director, directing this at the manager, in relation to green waste. So option 1 is a limited attendance at Watkins Road for green waste, but also collection from your verge for green waste. Where does the green waste go from your verge?
So currently the green waste collected by the contract has been taken to a Kwinana facility called Western Tree Recyclers, where it's being chipped up for further processing.
So with option 1 or indeed option 3 or indeed option 4, the waste being green waste that goes to Watkins Road and gets put into the bins, that goes to the same place?
Through the chair, we'll need to fix a contract for that and organise a contract for the collection. We haven't organised to take that anywhere as yet because it hasn't been established as yet. So depending on the cost and the volumes we expect, we'll probably have to go through that process to set up a contract for that. But we assume we could take it either to Western Tree Recyclers, but I think the issue with that site is the size of the skips and whether they could probably allow that kind of mechanism, or we could take it to a processing facility directly.
And then my next question is in relation to hard waste. My understanding is, looking at option 4, that there would be a limited attendance, I'm trying to use the right term, of residents and ratepayers to go to Watkins Road for hard waste. Then residents would also be given a pass, 2 passes. Is that correct?
For option 4, there'll be just 1 green waste pass and 1 bulk waste pass. For green waste, 1 for green waste, 1 for bulk waste, and we'll maintain the current verge collections. So 2 green waste verge collections and 2.
So with option 4, someone who lives in the Shire can do what?
So if someone lived in the Shire with option 4, you'd have your 2 green waste collections, which will be maintained as scheduled green waste collections. You'd also have your 2 bookable hard waste collections. And if you had additional waste, you could have 1 pass for hard waste to the transfer station. If you still had more hard waste, you could pay extra for the extra tip pass. And then another green waste pass would also be free at the transfer station. So essentially 3 passes for green waste and 3 passes for bulk waste. But 1 pass at the transfer station each and 2 at your wedge.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Yeah.
So you go to the waste transfer station once for hard waste, once for green waste.
Correct.
Plus you also have the option of 2 free,
yes,
on-demand verge side hard waste collections and 2 green waste that's not on demand, they're scheduled.
Correct.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Manager. Any other questions? Yep, Councillor Duggan.
So just to confirm that if we continue with the current roadside bulk waste collection, what we call the valet collection, people can book more of those for a cost. And the second part of that question is, would that cost be equivalent to an additional trip to the waste transfer station, or is that to be determined by council at a later date? Thanks.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Duggan. Manager.
Thank you. Through the chair, it is to be determined, but we would think if the volume's the same, we'd probably need to have the fee similar as well, just because of the cost of disposal. I guess the picking it from home, we're including the collection contractor's cost as well, whereas if you take it to the transfer station, then it's just the disposal cost that need to be considered.
Thank you, Manager. I think you're pushing a button, Councillor Matt. Do you have another question, Councillor Matt?
So yeah, it was just a point of clarification around your question as well. You did mention earlier it might be an option that we could transfer somebody's bulk waste collection at the waste transfer station to a second green waste. Is that still correct? So a resident in a different ward that might have more green waste would actually be able to have 2 verge side collections of green waste and 2 green waste options at the waste transfer centre, correct?
I'd like to be able to make that possible so that we could have more green waste rather than bulk waste.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Excellent. Can I have someone please move to return to standing orders? Thank you, Councillor Mack. Is there someone who's happy to second that motion? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. So we're still at this agenda item 10.2.1. There is, as I indicated earlier, a motion that was circulated, an alternate motion that was circulated mid last week. Is there, and it's Councillor Mack's motion, are you wanting to move that motion, Councillor Mack?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Is there a councillor happy to second the alternate motion as circulated by Councillor Mack? Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Councillor Mack, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I do just want to acknowledge some comments made from the gallery during statement time from Mrs. Reynolds, who spoke to the what she referred to as an insufficient survey. And how can we make a decision on what the ratepayers want? And I just want to clarify the one thing that I believe we did get out of that survey was how diverse our shire is and the diverse amount of needs that we have in our shire. So why am I putting this forward now rather than delaying it? Any of the options that we have in front of us, we still have a year and a half to wait before we see the Watkins Road transfer station open. Another 18 months till we have anything open to our ratepayers who are telling us they need it open as soon as possible. So for me, we need to make a decision on this. We could go back out and do further consultation. And I think what we're going to hear from that consultation is that we have a diverse need in our shire. This diverse need brings me to why I wanted to bring forward the alternate motion to make sure we include hard waste. We've heard from residents that they're talking about dumping in our shire because people need to be able to get rid of hard waste. We already have the 2 hard waste collections and we're still seeing the dumping. People want this at their tip. That is the message that I keep getting from our community. It might not be the bulk, it might not be the masses of our community, but there is a need for it. There is no one solution here that's going to fit everybody, and it is a tough decision tonight, councillors. Whatever we do, nothing is a perfect solution. So it is a really tough solution, tough answer. But we here as councillors are here to represent the community and our ratepayers. Our ratepayers have been telling us they want this tip open. We have a core role in local government, and it's a part of your local government course when you first nominate to become a councillor, to even run as a candidate. And they talk about it being about roads, rates and rubbish. The rubbish is one of our core fundamentals that we need to do, and we need to do it for all of our ratepayers, not just a section of our ratepayers, which is why I wanted to add in the extra use of hard waste over the officer's recommendation of just staying open for green waste. Offering this alternate solution will be a service for all of our ratepayers. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of debate around many items of many solutions that we can have. As we heard with the gravel pit, we are going to need to use that. We still have no solutions for the next 15 months. So tonight's decision is really around Watkins Road and what we're going to do with the waste transfer station for green waste and hard waste. There was the discussion around the parks and gardens, which we still have the question of we're afraid to say we actually don't know how this is going to go. And that is it. None of us have a crystal ball. None of us can see exactly how everything is going to work. We need to put the best thing forward we can for our ratepayers to cover their needs. When we look at the parks and gardens waste, that is an internal shire function. Should that be a priority over providing a service for our ratepayers who pay the rates for these services? For me, we should be listening to what our ratepayers are telling us and providing the service for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mack. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak or reserve?
I'll speak, thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. So I'd like to say in seconding this motion, it's not necessarily from an immediate position of support. I'd certainly like to hear the debate on the item, but I'd like to thank those members of the community who took the time to provide their feedback via the Let's Talk Rubbish survey. I'd also like to pause here to acknowledge Ms Reynolds' comments earlier regarding the survey questions, which are no doubt echoed by the community, and I'm sure those at this table will agree, echoed by councillors too. Whilst the survey did, in my view, fall well short of the community's expectations, the responses, whether to the questions asked or in free text form, helped to validate what is so important to understand about this decision, and Councillor Mack mentioned it earlier, and that is our Shire has diverse waste needs. I'd also like to thank the residents who have taken their time to reach out to me and have shared their frank views, which have been as diverse as the survey responses. This decision regarding the future of the Watkins Road site and waste management in the Shire more broadly is a challenging one. Depending upon who you ask, and as the survey responses show, the solution to the Shire's waste needs looks different from household to household and from business to business. I know what I want. I want an affordable waste management option for all our residents, one that meets their needs and expectations, whether they reside in the Shire's rural south or in its increasingly urban north. I'm sure that all councillors and the President share those good intentions. Recognising the diverse needs within our community, I've certainly not arrived to this meeting with my mind made up. My aim in tonight's debate and in the proceedings is to find common ground on this issue. As Councillor Mack alluded to, our community is looking for a service that the Shire is certainly plugging the gap at the moment, but the waste transfer station, which was a much anticipated project, has obviously fallen short to date. The reason why I wish to find the common ground on this issue is the sweet spot of consensus will likely be the closest we get to providing the best possible outcomes for the whole community. And I'd like to acknowledge that it will not be perfect. If I'm honest, I do not believe the future of our Shire's waste management services is at the Watkins Road site. I do believe the Shire needs to identify a future site for a landfill or other comprehensive waste management facility. Whilst that is my view broadly speaking, the question remains for me whether to reopen Watkins Road site in any event as an additional site within the Shire, and certainly as a more immediate site in the interim whilst we work to deliver a future waste facility. It's important, in my view, for the Council to note that the Watkins Road site in isolation is not the solution to the Shire's waste management challenges, and certainly not for the next generation who will inherit a Shire of then some 100,000 residents. The simple fact that in 2020, the Shire opened the Watkins Road Waste Transfer Station and within 4 years were forced to shut that facility down warrants that the Council acknowledge that our community has been let down. Now, I'll be clear in saying that it is not my belief that any person involved in previous Council decisions or Shire operations intended for us to end up where we are, but we've ended up here. And that represents a regrettable failure. As elected members, it is our job to ensure the Shire is accountable to the community. That's why I believe the Council should request the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report for publication on the Shire's website, setting out the history, the pre-emergency closure operations of the waste transfer station, asbestos contamination, the emergency closure, and ultimately the future of the Watkins Road site and waste management in the Shire more broadly. That report, in my view, should clearly identify where in past processes there were opportunities to make different decisions or take different actions to prevent where we are today, to ensure the community are provided with the answers they deserve, and to ensure that, and I'll use the word catastrophe, like this, impacting one of the most fundamental services a local government is supposed to provide, never happens again in this organisation. Good organisations are accountable for their failures, and it is vitally important for governments in particular to be accountable to the people they serve. And so in seconding this motion tonight, I would actually also like Council to consider some amendments to the points that I've spoken to, and I'd just seek some guidance procedurally whether it's appropriate to do that now or whether we should continue the debate and consider those later.
At the risk of making a call that is incorrect and look at the CEO, my understanding of standing orders would be for you to indicate those amendments now, and then if Councillor Mack was happy with those, as the mover, then they could be incorporated now. Are you happy with that, Mr CEO, procedurally?
Mr President, that's right. That's one option. The other option is that Councillor Bishop can move an amendment and ask for a councillor to second the amendment if you believe it's not negating the initial motion. And then the council could debate that amendment, and if it's successful, becomes a substantive motion. So there's two options available for Councillor Bishop.
What do you mind, Councillor Bishop?
I'm happy to move. There's effectively 3 amendments I would make, and it's certainly not 2. Any changes to what Councillor Mack has proposed, it's just simply in addition. I'm happy to move the first, which would be that council notes the Watkin Road site in isolation is not able to meet the Shire's future waste management infrastructure needs.
Sorry, Councillor Bishop, I'll just get you to go slow. I know Madam Secretary is good, but she's not that good.
I'll be able, if it helps, I can flick these via email, so she's got them all there.
Email? Is that easier for you then, or not?
And Councillor Bishop, if there's multiple points, you might want to consider them doing them all together or one at a time, or.
While you're doing that, Councillor Bishop, as Mr CEO said, they don't negate the intent behind the motion that's been moved and seconded, do they? No.
So I'll read out the first one, of which Madam Secretary should now have a copy, and it's that council notes the Watkins Road site in isolation is not able to meet the Shire's future waste management infrastructure needs. Oh, we could remove the word infrastructure actually from that sentence.
And Councillor Bishop, do you imagine this being a point 5 of Councillor Mack's motion? Is that what you're imagining? So Councillor Mack's motion has a point 1, 2, 3 and 4. Is this a point 5?
Correct, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Mack, did you have a question?
Just like to get perhaps some officers' thoughts on the accuracy that it doesn't potentially meet our future needs if phase 2 were to be completed pending a CEO bringing a report back on options for the future for the site.
Well, Mr President, I don't know that we know the answer to that question, to be honest. I think that would be something that would need to be looked into.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
It may help if we include to meet the needs of SJ's expected 100,000 residents by the year 2050. Does that suffice, Councillor Mack?
Or perhaps simply to say it may not meet?
Yeah, that's acceptable. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bishop. Is there another subparagraph?
No, so I'll move that one at the moment. I'll just tidy up some wording.
So what I'm minded to do, if they're of a similar vein, put them all through there, and then if Councillor Mack is happy as a mover, then we just move on as a substantive motion.
Okay. So you'd like the other points?
Yep. Can we just get the wording for the point 5 correct and then move on to the other ones?
Could we please make that one read, notes the Watkins Road site in isolation may not be able to meet the Shire's future waste management, and we can remove the word infrastructure. And that's the first sentence. The second amendment I would make effectively goes to the point of investigating future waste sites to get that work started now. Obviously, we will have the Watkins, well, if this decision is successful, we'll have the Watkins Road waste transfer facility reopened in some capacity, but I do believe work should commence now on planning for the future. Would you like that read out in full?
Yes, please.
So the second amendment would be to request the Chief Executive Officer prepare a report to Council by the August 2025 Ordinary Council meeting, outlining options for a future waste management facility that can, over its lifetime, be scaled to meet the needs of SJ's expected 100,000 residents by the year 2050. The report should include an analysis of possible site locations and means of acquisition, should include the timeframes by which planning and procurement would need to occur with respect to each possible option. It should include an estimate of the anticipated cost to deliver each option, and it should be for Council's noting purposes only, unless the CEO identifies a strategic opportunity that would require a decision by Council sooner, or rather an action by Council sooner.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Do you want to continue?
The third amendment goes to the point of accountability, and it requests the Chief Executive Officer prepare a brief report to be released to the public via the Shire's website on or before Friday the 2nd of May 2025 to account fully for the emergency closure of the Watkins Road Waste Transfer Station. The report is for the express purpose of identifying where in past processes there were opportunities to make different decisions or take different actions to have prevented where we are today. And it should include, but not be limited to, the history of the Watkins Road site, the modern operations of the Watkins Road site pre-closure, the discovery of asbestos, the decisions made and actions taken both in repurposing the Watkins Road site to be a waste transfer station as well as in response to the discovery of asbestos, and the future of the Shire's waste management infrastructure.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Mack, are you happy with those three amendments?
I am actually happy with those amendments. I just want some clarification with the CEO that he doesn't see any conflict with part 4B, where I've said for the CEO to prepare a business case for the second phase of works as soon as practical to further develop the site. Could that be perhaps better incorporated in one of these other points that have been mentioned, to do them as one report rather than doing reports and reports and reports?
That's very nice of you, Councillor Mack. Mr. CEO, are you able to shed some information on that?
Can we just scroll down to the amendments, please? The proposed amendments? I think the Council's process for considering the capital and operating costs as part of the budget processes are based on business case submissions. So I think that's good to keep point 4 as it is, would be my suggestion, because that business case process deals with all those issues. And I don't see any issue with the proposed amendments other than the detail by which we do some site analysis and whether that can be done by August 2025 without any additional resources. And it depends how detailed Councillor Bishop is sort of thinking that needs to be. But certainly point 5 and 6, point 5 and 7 and 6 to a large extent I think are very good and happy to do those. It's just really about that site analysis. So a detailed site analysis would normally be a considerable multi-criteria sort of assessment process, and it would either need probably extra time or resources if it was going to be, depends how detailed Councillor Bishop's thinking that is.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Bishop, can you assist, please?
I'd be happy to reword that particular amendment to perhaps be for an interim report to Council by August 2025 and a subsequent report by November 2025, well, a final report by November 2025, if that's achievable.
I think that's achievable, Mr. President. If that was if the August report had the opportunity to identify further resources or further issues the council might want to do, that would be more than fine, I think. I'm just looking to the Director of Infrastructure to who will have to do that work. Director, is that reasonable timeframe?
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Mack, are you then happy with those additional items?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Well, going back to your debate, had you finished seconding your debate, Councillor Bishop?
Yes, thanks. So just to be clear on process here, with Councillor Mack not being opposed to those amendments, they're now
That's
a part of the substantive
that's
motion.
the substantive motion with a
Thank
mover
you.
and a seconder. Councillor Duggan, earlier you indicated you were against the motion. It has changed. I wouldn't say significantly, but it has changed. Are you still opposed? And if so, would you like to make some comments?
Thanks, Mr President. And yes, I'm still opposed, but that's a very strong word because I commend Councillor Mack for this, this motion. It's actually a very good motion and it's one that I was very, very, very close to supporting. But I just wanted to bring something forward which, as part of debate, I think it's important for other councillors to consider as well. I blame the Shire President for me constantly thinking that the Shire doesn't have money, we have ratepayers' money. And I'm incredibly cognisant of that when we are looking at such a big issue. This is a big issue on the way it impacts on our residents. It's a big issue on the way it impacts on our ratepayers' costs. I also believe that if we do something, we do it once, we do it right. But when we've got such a big, expensive issue, we don't want to also be hitting our current ratepayers with everything at once. So what do? We break it into small steps, but with those small steps, we do them really well. And to me, option one, with consideration for the addition of the points that have been added to the amended motion here, it does that. What we do is we take the green waste issue, we deal with the green waste, we know that we're setting ourselves up for the next 5 to 10 years so that future councils don't have to look at green waste again. And what us as a council, as a shire, as a group of residents, what we have gone through in the last 18 months, I would not wish upon my worst enemy. And it concerns me that if we go with what we've called option 4, the motion that's ahead of us or in front of us, we're doing a little bit of green waste, we're doing a little bit of hard waste, we're doing a little bit of metals, but we're not doing anything well. And what that means is that in 3-4 years' time, all we're doing is then taking to the next council that they have to look at green waste again. They have to look at hard waste again. That doesn't sit comfortably on my shoulders. I don't want to put anyone else through what we've gone through for the last 18 months. I also think that giving the hard waste a couple of years for us to get the green waste sorted out would mean that when we are looking at hard waste decisions, we have got a lot more information from how our waste to energy is going and our requirements for that. We will get a lot more information on our community behaviours and how they are changing with the rapidly changing views that people have with reduce, reuse, recycling. It will give us the opportunity to look at latest waste technologies, and I know that a fellow councillor mentioned what another council is doing, and that hasn't been discussed in our shire at this stage. So it gives us the opportunity to bring those other ideas forward. And I think that's really important because then that difficult subject of hard waste can be seen by the council group and the shire group as its separate entity, knowing that they don't have to worry about green waste. So that is why if this motion fails, although like I said, I can see so many benefits of it, and I thank Councillor Mack for bringing it forward, but if this motion fails, I would like to foreshadow option 1, the officer's recommendation, however with the additions as pointed out in the amended motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. I want to speak for the motion. And what I want to say from the outset, it is a credit to all councillors who have asked great questions, who have listened to their community and have treated each other with respect for what I would submit is the number one issue that the Shire of Serpentine Jarrahdale has dealt with since October 2023. It is a problem that we've inherited. It's a problem that we're going to fix. And tonight is a first step in fixing that problem. I'd like to commend the motion and the work that Councillor Mack has done and also Councillor Bishop. I guess for me, one thing for us as councillors, and we can quote legislation, people can grandstand, whatever they want to do, whatever people call it, but at the end of the day, we're here for one reason only. and that is to represent our residents and our ratepayers. I can't and I won't speak ilk of a previous council decision about a survey. That told us probably not much. But any councillor who goes out and stands out here on a Saturday and talks to the community, any councillor that goes door knocking, any councillor that will go and talk to members of the public out in the street, the first thing that is mentioned is, and I won't quote people because it's expletives, which I won't use, when is that Watkins Road transfer station opening? What is the Shire doing? What's the conspiracy? What have you done since October 2023? And I commend the additions that Councillor Bishop has added, and I have in front of me here talking points from the Director of Community Engagement and his team with a timeline of what we've done. Because as the President, I've got pretty big shoulders, but I'll tell you something, members of the public, this is starting to weigh me down. And whilst there may be people in the community who are happy that Rob Coles is struggling with this issue, it's part of my job as a President to come up with a solution. And I haven't come up with a solution tonight, other councillors have, and the directors and the staff have. This has been a contentious issue. Have a look at what has been on Facebook, and it's not lost to me there's at least one person in the gallery that has been very active in that regard, and that's a good thing. That is a good thing. It is quite clear the community wants us to act. It is quite clear, as a councillor said, it's all about roads, rates and rubbish. We have a duty to our residents and ratepayers to provide a service for them. And it's not just us as councillors. I was lucky enough to sit in with a FOGO meeting last week, and we had two people there. One, Elizabeth Carr, OAM, who's, I think, the chair of the FOGO advisory group. And there was a gentleman there also called Adrian Wiley. Adrian Wiley works for the Department of Environment, Water Regulations. And I was quickly trying to write down word for word what he said, but I wasn't quick enough. But what he did say was he highlighted the importance of a waste transfer station for the community to go to take their rubbish to. It's all part of the circular community, I should say, and all about us managing waste. Some would say that residents and ratepayers think that they deserve a waste transfer station. There's certainly an attitude in the community that they pay enough in rates that they should have a service provided to them. And I'd agree. I certainly would agree. So what do we do? We've got options here tonight, and we've got an option that I think... Actually, before I go down that track, one person said to me once, as a leader, you'll never be popular. You can't be popular and a leader. Because whatever decision you make, you're going to annoy some people. Rightly or wrong, that's probably a fair comment. But one thing that I've thought about is whether you live in Byford, whether you live in Serpentine, whether you live in Hopeland or any other suburbs within this beautiful Shire, you need to have options. And I think option one doesn't give you those options. This option, the alternate option, gives you options. And those options are for a pass to the Watkins Road transfer station for your green waste and your hard waste, plus you get 2 on-demand hard waste collection from your verge, I'll come back to that in a moment, and 2 green waste collection from your verge. Now, they're not on demand, they're in a schedule that the Shire puts out. I don't know if there's ever a solution that will please everyone, but that's pretty damn close to it. So, for example, the feedback I've had, I don't want the waste transfer station to open because I don't have a trailer and I can't get my stuff to the waste transfer station. Okay, guess what? You can ring up the Shire or email, as my wife did on Saturday. 26th of March, we did it on Saturday, 26th of March, a collection at my house in Byford for our hard waste. That's a pretty damn good system, 6 weeks. I think it's good. So you have no trailer or you can't get to the Watkins Road transfer station, there's an option there for on-demand curbside hard waste collection, which is brilliant. It is a great system. But if I've got a trailer at home, which I have, full of stuff, Watkins Road transfer station's open, I've got one pass to go down there, I can drive down there. Tick, tick. Same with green waste. If I want to get rid of green waste, and I understand, especially in the southern part of the Shire, that is an issue for green waste, and people are very concerned about fire danger and the like, and so they should be. They can put the stuff either out the front of their property or put it in a trailer, in a ute, whatever, and take it to the Watkins Road transfer station. So as I said, it's very, very hard to be a leader. You can't please everyone, but I reckon this motion is pretty close to doing that. The only other comment I'll make is mulching the Shire's parks and gardens waste, green waste, and putting it back onto the verge or back into the mulch, back into the gardens is a good decision, but guess what? And I'll go back to what the Deputy said, we're saving ratepayers' money, and I love to hear that. Is there anyone else opposed to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett.
Mr. President, I'm not opposed, but I would just like to add an amendment if I can to the motion. It pertains to the Scrivener Road site, and it's obviously been mentioned at length tonight, but if it is appropriate to request the CEO to prepare a report back to Council with the options and costings of how to dispose of the drainage waste from the Webb Road Reserve and how to deal with the ongoing drainage waste before more work is progressed on the Scrivener Road site. If that's...
Thank you for your amendment.
I can read that out slowly.
I think we might deal with that separately to the main motion that's been moved and seconded. So is there a councillor who's happy to second the amendment as per Councillor Jarrett's suggestion? So did you want to write that up first?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Take our time, as the CEO always says.
Request the CEO to prepare a report back to Council with options and costings of how to dispose of the drainage waste stored at the Webb Road Reserve. Sorry. Drainage waste. At the Webb Road Reserve. And how to deal with the ongoing drainage waste collected from around the Shire. Before any more work is progressed on the Scrivener Road gravel pit site.
Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Is that accurate as per the... This should be on the front of you too if it's...
Yes.
You've got fading eyesight like myself.
So Councillor Jarrett, that would be a point 8? Are we up to 8? Yep.
I think so, yes.
Madam Secretary?
So we'll deal with that as it is. Councillor Jarrett, you've moved it. Is there a councillor who is happy to second it? Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. You're happy to second? Is it...
Mr. President, can I just take a moment? We don't do amendments very often. I just want to take a moment so we don't get caught later on and remind the elected members about Standing Orders 10.1.3, which essentially says that on an amendment being moved, any member may speak to the amendment, provided the person who moved the substantive motion does choose to speak to the amendment. The right of reply is forfeited by that person. So if Councillor Mack speaks to the amendment, then you lose the right of reply. I'm looking to the governance team to nod their head, just so you're aware, Councillor Mack, that we don't get...
So you lose your right of reply to closing the debate for the substantive motion that you moved and Councillor Bishop second. That's my understanding.
For the substantive motion or the amendment?
Governance team?
That's the substantive. Have you got a question?
While we wait, might I ask a question?
Yes.
Just for the CEO, just around any operational issues and any progression of any DWER applications we might have in place that this might affect?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mack. Mr CEO, are you able to answer?
I might ask the Director of Infrastructure or the Manager of Waste to answer that question. I'm not aware of anything that might affect at this point in time, but they might have more information than me.
Through the chair, the only thing since drafting the report that's come through is that we got some tests for the drainage materials at the transfer station, and the consultant had done 2 sets of it, and they've classed it as clean. So that came back as good news, which will mean we could probably potentially save some cost and disposal of those 2 stockpiles at the transfer station. And I guess from there, what the consultant is looking at is using that to say, well, these were drainage piles, and hopefully future ones will be the same as well. But each drainage pit that we recover material from will need to be tested on an ongoing basis as well, just to manage that contamination.
Thank you, Manager. Did that answer your question, Councillor Mack?
And I think the governance team has an answer to the question that Councillor Mack raised before, Mr President.
We do. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, it's the substantive motion. So you would, if you speak to the amendment, you would lose your right of reply to the substantive motion.
So we've got a mover being Councillor Jarrett, we've got a seconder being Councillor Mazzini. Is there anyone opposed to the amendment?
Sorry, Mr President, just to jump in.
Yes.
Just carrying on from what the Manager of Waste Services said, including the waste transfer station, would it be fit for me to add the Watkins Road transfer station in that amendment as well, including the Webb Road Reserve stockpiles?
So did you want to ask a question to the manager, or do you want to include it?
Yeah, I wanted to include the Watkins Road site in that amendment as well, in conjunction with the Webb Road. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Secretary, Councillor Jarrett would like to include Watkins Road transfer station and... That's right, Councillor Jarrett?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
You happy? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Are you happy with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
There has been a slight change, Councillor Mazzini. You still happy to second that alternate as it is? So that amendment, I should say.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. Is there anyone opposed to the amendment?
Not opposed, but can I just ask for us to go from the top and go through it all again, please, just so I can make sure that I've got it all, please?
Yep, not a bad question. Thank you, Councillor Duggan. So if we can just ask, please, the Minute Secretary just to go up to the top of the motion. So 1, 2, 3 is as circulated. 4 was as per the circulated alternate motion.
Sorry, Mr President, while we're looking at amendments, can I just note 5 notes the Watkins Road site in should be isolation, not insulation.
Yes, okay, yep. So that's obviously been added by, that's been the amended to the alternate motion by Councillor Bishop, which was 5, 6. And 7. So we're not going too fast, is that? Yep. And then it would be paragraph 8, which is the one that's been moved and seconded as per on the screen at the moment.
Thank you.
Good question. Okay, I'll call again. Is anyone opposed to the amendment as per it being written on the screen? Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Are you opposed or you got a question?
Not opposed as such, but might I suggest just a slight wording change rather than to read and how to deal with ongoing drainage waste to insert a comma after station and have it read as well as how to deal with? just to improve how it reads.
I will go back to the mover. Are you happy with that, Councillor Jarrett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you,
And
Councillor
Councillor
Bishop.
Mazzini is the second. You're happy with that?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. CEO, did you want to? No. Okay. Oh, thought you might have said you had an English degree and you were going to add to it. No. Is there anyone opposed to the amendment? Okay, so I think we're now back to anyone. Sorry, that motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, Minute Secretary. Now we'll go back to debate the substantive motion. I think I'd spoken for the motion. Councillor Jarrett, you had a question?
Mr President, can we just wait until the number 8's in? Yep, thank you. That becomes a substantive motion.
Thank you. So, Councillor Jarrett, I asked if anyone was opposed to the motion. You asked that question. We've inserted paragraph 8. So we're still at the stage of anyone who would like to speak against the motion. That being the case, I'll go back to Councillor Mack to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr President, and thank you to the councillors. This has been extremely difficult, and I'm really pleased to see the way everyone could sort of try to come together and come up with something that we can see as a good option moving forward for our ratepayers. A couple of points I did want to touch on. A part of the debate against was around the costings, and I just wanted to touch on one of the things that we do gain out of opening the waste transfer station for the 2 hard waste and 1 metal recycling is an income from the recyclable metals as well. It was seen in one of the attached reports in the Tallis report that the expectation is of around $150,000 to be gained from the sale of recyclable metals, which does represent another saving for our ratepayers and can be reused into the rehabilitation of the asbestos affected areas and potentially get us towards a more future, a better future management system on this site. And I'd also like to talk about this being a more complete service for our ratepayers as well. It was interesting talking through this week, especially a lot to ratepayers around the idea of adding in hard waste to this. And I spoke with a ratepayer last week who was adamantly, they did the survey and they received the email back from the Shire recommending, notifying them of the recommendation from the Shire officers. Their response to me was this doesn't suit them as they needed a hard waste solution. I then found it ironic that that member of our Shire, their brother emailed us today with a completely different view. So I rang that brother to explain to him and get his opinions and said his brother had just told me that he needed hard waste and he told me he needed green waste, which I thought really epitomised exactly where we find ourselves. 2 members of the same family telling me very different things. So I went through with him my idea to propose a slightly different alternate and how that would work. And he told me as long as he could end up with the extra green waste, 2 green waste verge collections, he would like to see him be able to end up with 2 green waste deliveries to the transfer station, which was why I wanted to clarify that the hard waste can be transferred across to green waste, that he would also be happy with that as a well-rounded solution. So it has been really challenging. Even our members of the public are not going to agree to it. But I do think we have worked well to finding this sort of middle ground that gives us a good chance to move forward. I also want to touch on a point that Councillor made before, Councillor Bishop made before around a diversity of options moving forward. And this motion does allow us the diversity to look at and explore options going forward. It doesn't pigeonhole us for this just to be a one-stop solution. It gives us an intermediate solution that gives a well-rounded, diverse option of uses to our ratepayers, as well as having a diverse opportunity where we can go in the future to looking for options moving forward, be it another site, off-site, being the rehabilitation of the asbestos-affected areas here, and any of the future needs that might be possible. For me, this offers really good balance and it offers a solution that has been cried out for by our ratepayers. And again, I stress, that we could not delay this any further. Ratepayers would love to see the waste transfer station open tomorrow. At best, with any of these options, we are still looking at a recommended 18 months until we are going to see it open. So I commend everybody's work here tonight, that we have come to a really good motion that we have on the table, and put it to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Mack. All those in favour of the motion? Motion is carried unanimously. And we will need a reason for difference, please. We will need a reason for difference, please, Councillor Mack.
To offer a more diverse and complete waste service solution for our ratepayers. Waste service. Thank you.
That, Councillor Mack?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That brings us to agenda item 10.2.2, award request for tender RFT 01-2026 Gurulong Trail Precinct new car park upgrade. That was passed en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.3. 10.3.1, confirmation of payment of creditors December 2024. I have that as not being moved en bloc. Is there a councillor who's happy to move the officer's recommendation or another motion in regards to this? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Are you happy to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Is there a councillor who's happy to second? Thank you, Councillor Mazzini. Is there anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. That brings us on to agenda item 10.3.2, which is monthly financial reports, December 2024. That was passed en bloc. The next item on the agenda is item 10.3.3, Shire of Serpentine Jarrahdale Integrated Planning, Reporting and Budget Timeline. That was passed en bloc. Um, 10.3.4, arrangements for the 2025 ordinary local government elections. This has not been passed en bloc, so I'll be calling for a councillor to move a motion in relation to this. Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Are you happy to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, thanks.
Is there a councillor who's happy to second the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Is there anyone opposed? Thank you, Councillor Mack. Councillor Duggan, would you like to open debate?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will keep this only very brief. We have debated significantly the merits of the way that our local government elections are held, and I feel that our views are all fairly well set, and there's nothing I can say that will change them either way. So I just support this motion as it supports council decisions that have been made previously. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Councillor Jarrett, did you want to speak or reserve?
I'll just echo the thoughts and beliefs of Councillor Duggan. I just commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Councillor Mack, would you like to speak against?
Yeah, thank you. And I do note we have debated this, and we have previously tried to do a long-term solution to lock us into postal elections, which was rejected by the WA Electoral Commission, that they would prefer more short-term agreements. In line with that, I guess my debate and tonight was just I cannot support postal elections. Everyone knows my situation and where that has come from through the court processes and the dealings with the WA Electoral Commission. I would like to just remind everybody, though, that nothing has changed since then. Today, I spoke with another member of the public who finds themselves in a position I know oh too well, as they are waiting to go to court tomorrow to get a verdict from the WA Electoral Commission regarding an invalidity complaint. Their number one fear is of the court costs they are going to be potentially liable for representing their right to a free and fair democratic process. This is what our WA Electoral Commission expects people to do. That person will be sitting there tonight stressing not only over the thousands of dollars that they have spent on legal representation, but the potential hundreds of thousands that may be considered in court costs. They do not know what is sitting there. That is not a nice position to be in, but yet that is what our current system asks us to do. I will not sit by and support that. One of the quotes that I used to state while I was going through the court processes was in relation to why was I doing this? And I used to state the standard you stand by is the standard you accept. And I did get reminded of that when our local MP quoted that the other day when he said that about walking past illegally dumped rubbish on the side of the road, that he did not accept that. I will not accept our current electoral process, that a member of the public is expected to take it to court to actually validate whether there are any inappropriate actions in the electoral process should be even investigated. I will not support that. I'll also noted that during this case there was another very interesting process that came out, and it was in reference to what they called blanks. It was ballot papers that are held by the local government as custodians of that. Their particular election, every single blank ballot was used in that election, something that doesn't normally happen around all the other shires, as was proven through the process. However, the WA Electoral Commission did not even see a need to want to investigate that. No need to investigate it. Let's just stick our head in the sand and pretend that everything is okay. I will not vote. I will not support going back to postal elections until the WA Electoral Commission lifts their responsibilities to providing us a free and fair electoral process.
Thank you, Councillor Mack. Is there anyone who'd like to speak for the motion? Would you like to close debate, please? Councillor Duggan.
Thanks, Mr President. I'm just happy to take it to the vote, but before we do, I would like to say that Councillor Mack, I cannot speak for the other councillors, but we all commend what you've done, and we sympathise that every time this subject comes up, it brings back a really tough time for you, and I can only apologise that happens because, yeah, it bothers all of us, and it bothers all of us seeing how much it impacts on you and your peace of mind. So with that, I'll take it to the vote. Thanks.
And may I just say, it wasn't only Councillor Mack that was affected by fraud in the election. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. All those against? Motion is carried 4-2. That brings on to agenda item 10.3.5, which is One Common Project, CEO KPI 5, Improve Management and Maintenance of Shire Assets. That was carried on block. That brings on to agenda item 10.3.6, which is One Common Project Stage 3 Project Status Report. That too was passed on block. That brings on to agenda item 10.4. 10.4 is Community Engagement Reports. 10.4.1 is Local Emergency Management Committee Information Report. That was passed on block. 10.4.2 is adoption of the 23-24 annual report and setting date for the general meeting of electors. Is there a councillor who is happy to move the officer's recommendation or an alternate motion in regards to this agenda item? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Are you happy to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Is there a councillor who is happy to second this motion? Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Is there anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. That brings on to agenda item 10.5. 10.5 is Executive Services Reports. 10.5.1 is office accommodation. There is an alternate circulated by myself, if I can find it. Thank you, Mr CEO. It's as per the screen. It has been circulated. I am minded to read it out as it is a alternate. So, Council notes the proposed work breakdown for the office accommodation refurbishment along the following lines. Accommodation model, the potential chamber relocation, the staff office accommodation refurbishment, the Byford presence, the car parking plan. Number 2 is endorses the revised timing of staff office accommodation refurbishment of the project along the lines. June 25, Stage A refurbishment, infrastructure services and financial services upgrade. Late 26, Stage A refurbishment, development services and ICT training room extension, detailed design completion. 26 to 27, Stage B development services and ICT training room extension upgrade. 26 to 27, Stage B refurbishment, people and development and community engagement area upgrade. 2027 to 2028, Stage C refurbishment, governance, executive office, old council chambers, areas pending the new civic space construction completion. 2030 to 2035, the design and construction of a new purpose-built 2-storey administration facility on Cochrane Street as a strategic objective, pending the relocation of the Munajong Volunteer Bushfire Brigade and State Emergency Services. Notes that the project, while included in the 24-25 budget with funding allocated from municipal funds, will require any changes to be adopted as part of the Shire's annual budget review process and as necessary. Notes that the Byford presence will be the subject to a further report in April 2025, outlining immediate response options, and again in June 2025, to inform the next stages of a larger presence, pending the business report from the external consultants, and resolves to defer any further works based on the scope and specifications of the new civic space as outlined in attachment 3, pending further resolution. Is there a councillor who's happy to second the alternate? Thank you, Councillor Mack. Is anyone opposed? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Are you opposed or are you asking a question?
I'm purely opposed because I want to hear the reasoning behind the alternate motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. I'll open debate with, yes, we understand that accommodation is not great. Sometimes in life things happen for the right reason. Sometimes you can't make things happen as you want them to. It's really interesting. This comes down to one thing only, money. So we just toiled for nearly, probably over an hour about how we're going to spend ratepayers' money to open the Watkins Road transfer station. Here we are, and I'm very purpose on who I'm looking at. Here we are talking about spending $8 million of ratepayers' money to build a monument to councillors. That is not what I will stand for as a Shire President. So, there is a need for accommodation for staff. If you have a look at the alternate motion I've circulated, there is still money that will upgrade the areas to my front to your rear. That has been outlined in the alternate motion. The staff do need better accommodation. This motion will allow that progress work to continue. The key thing is instead of spending $8 million of ratepayers' money to build a monument to council or councillors, that money can be reinvested into other options. And I'm not at liberty to state other options at the moment. Suffice to say there are other options and other needs that this community wants and needs that a new area for councillors to sit and to feel that they are important in a new building. We are a Band 2 local government. This room that we're sitting in now, hey, it's not perfect, but it's fit for purpose. I don't know how many people have gone back and watched the live streams. I have, and the quality is testament to the excellent work the staff here have done. This room is fit for purpose. Don't take my word for it. You can take Roger Cook's word for it and the state government cabinet. It was good enough for them to sit here some 3 or 4 months ago and have a cabinet meeting. I think it's good enough for council to sit here and continue to have our meetings. $8 million. I could probably entertain $8 million if we got a tangible benefit if the community got a tangible benefit. So my questions were, what will the size be? And I like the term of a civic centre, smoke and mirrors. It is a council chamber. It's a council chamber for $8 million. You can call it a civic centre, a civic space, and I think the numbers I got was 100 seats. $8 million for councillors to sit somewhere so they feel good, to look good, and an area for 100 people to come. Our next citizenship ceremony in March will have 83 conferees. So the average punter might think, well, 83 conferees for a citizenship ceremony, that fits into 100, but it doesn't. Because these people have made a decision to call Australia home. They've made a decision to make SJ home. They would like to bring a partner, a family member, a child. So my maths isn't great, but if a conferee wanted to bring one person, that's 163 people, whatever 83 times 2 is. So it's not big enough. The other thing that I want to raise is there's been talk about a satellite, another office in Byford. I commend that idea. I think it's a great idea. Have a look at what's happening in Byford at the moment. We talk about 27 kilometres the average person in this shire drives one way to work. There's issues with that. What's going to happen probably mid-year, there'll be a train station in Byford. Wouldn't it be great for employees of the shire who don't live in the area to be able to jump on a train, leave their car at home or at Park and Ride, jump off the train and walk potentially 100 metres to an office in Byford, which will alleviate the accommodation issues that we have currently for staff. My understanding is we need extra 50 staff by 2030. That's 5 years away. Why do we need to spend $8 million of residents and ratepayers' money now to build a monument to councillors? Councillor Mack, would you like to speak or reserve?
Yeah, I will speak. Thank you. And I just wanted to add, I guess, further to what you had said, the need for us to actually have this accommodation, but a point that you made there was the timing is crucial. We as a shire don't have the money to do a lot of things that we need to do in our shire. We have a relatively low rate base at the moment. We will grow, we will get there, and there will be a time in the future where we can afford to do this. We do need the upgrade, so I do commend the highlighting in the motion that we do need these upgrades of our current facilities. We do need to find solutions, but at this particular point in time, we do not have the money to be spending $8 million on new council chambers. Thank you.
Anyone would like to speak against the motion? In closing, the only other comment I would make is one of the options which was quite attractive to me was for the Shire to build something in the Byford Town Centre. There is a mid to long-term plan for the library to be relocated in the Byford Town Centre. We have got land there, and I can see a nice civic space in the Byford Town Centre with the library, potentially a customer service office, and potentially we could make that 3 stories and rent out 1 or 2 stories to get money back, and that would pay for itself. I don't know if people saw the local paper with the City of Gosnells getting upset about the lack of funding for a facility that they're advocating for. It was interesting because a few years ago they built Mills Park, which is a fantastic development. That cost them $40 million, which they took a loan out for. 10 years' time, they paid that back because they were smart about what they did and they got money from other people in rent and the like to pay it back. $8 million, we get nothing back from that. Oh, sorry, councillors might feel good about sitting in a nice room. The tangible benefit is to build something where we can actually rent out space and get some money back to pay for the facility and perhaps lessen the load, financial load on ratepayers. All those in favour of the alternate? Motion is carried unanimously.
And Mr President, we will need a reason for the difference from the officer recommendation.
I want to say to save $8 million, but that might be a little bit blunt. To reprioritise accommodation needs within the Shire within the council, within the Shire precinct. Thank you.
With that, yep.
That brings on to agenda item 10.5.1, 10.5.2. 10.5.2 is Peel Regional Leaders Forum meeting minutes, November 24, and constitutional changes. That was passed en bloc. 10.5.3 is a report on Canberra delegation, including National Growth Areas Alliance, forums in November 2024, and advocacy update for July to December 2024. That was passed en bloc. 10.5.4 is minutes of the Rivers Regional Council meeting. 12th of December 2024, that too was passed en bloc. That brings us to agenda item 10.5.5. Now, Councillor Duggan, do you have a question in relation to this matter?
Yes, I do, but Mr President, my questions relate to a confidential attachment. So I was wondering if we could take a pause in Standing Order 3.4, the order of business, and do 10.5.6 first, and then do 10.5.5 as part of the confidential items at the end, please.
I think that is a grand idea. Is there a councillor who is happy to second the motion as put forward by the Deputy President to change the order of business and to go to 10.5.5?
And to move 10.5.5 to the confidential section, yep.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Is there a councillor who is happy to second that? Thank you, Councillor Mack. Is anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. So we'll now go to 10.5.6. (10.5.6) is the West Australian Local Government Association Joint Local Government Energy Project. That was passed en bloc. That now brings us to the confidential items. Can I please have a councillor to move a motion that we close the meeting for members of the public? Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Councillor Jarrett, you happy to second?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only items on the agenda is the three confidential items. Yep. Thank you to the members of the public who have come back in. It's 11:23 p.m. Whilst council was behind closed doors, they discussed two items. The first one being agenda item 10.6.1. In relation to that, council agreed to purchase 1,383.4 square metres from lot 53, 160 Larson Road, Byford, in order to construct the Indigo Parkway extension. The purchase price of $107,800, and the rest is as per the screen. The second item that council considered was agenda item 10.6.2, which was a alleged breach of code of conduct, and the motion that was passed by council was that they resolve the alleged breach dated 21st of October 2024 related to the conduct of Councillor Nathan Bishop is found to be not substantiated on the evidence before council. Notes that Councillor Bishop's term on the Bushfire Advisory Committee ends in October 25, and requests the Chief Executive Officer reviews the elected member membership eligibility for the Bushfire Advisory Committee for council's consideration at an ordinary council meeting prior to the next ordinary local government election. We need to go back to agenda item 10.5.5. That was discussed with questions behind closed doors, but a decision from council was made to debate that and move the motion in front of the public. So that being the case, 10.5.5 is request for tender, RFT 16-2024 weed control services. Is there a councillor who's happy to move the officer's recommendation or another motion? Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. Officer's recommendation?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
And is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Mazzini.
Can we just change the numbering, please? Just to, it's got number 3 and 4 there on the. Yep. Sorry. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. You've moved it. Councillor Mazzini has seconded it. Is there anyone opposed to the motion? Motion is carried unanimously. Now, hopefully, I've got everything lined up. My understanding, we now go to agenda item 11.1, which is urgent business. Urgent business 11.1, confirmation of payment of creditors January 2025. Is there a councillor happy to move the officer's recommendation?
Happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Duggan. Happy to second Councillor Jarrett. Thank you, Councillor Jarrett. So move Councillor Duggan. Seconded by Councillor Duggan. All those in favour?
Sorry, Mr. President, we've got here, Councillor Jarrett moved it and Councillor Duggan seconded.
Yeah,
yes?
sorry.
Just make sure, I know it's been late, sorry.
Yeah. Is anyone opposed to it? All those in favour? Motion is carried. Sorry, Councillor McAview. Yeah. Motion is carried unanimously. That brings us to agenda item number 12, elected member questions, of which notice has been given, which is there is nil, and that will now bring us to the closure of the meeting at 11:27 p.m. I sincerely thank all councillors for their time tonight. It was a very thorough agenda, so I thank you very much for your time. I thank the members of the public for your dedication to come back in and listen to the last of the meeting. And again, thank you to the CEO and the staff. Have a good night, everyone. Please drive.